Chapter 1957. Third update. Little Rice Dumpling is being molested. If you don't support him, he will be shy. The 18 people represented 18 forces. The demon trial was divided into groups and individuals. The groups had a ranking, and so did the individuals. The rewards for the group ranking were the allocation of resource stars, while the rewards for the individual ranking were the rewards from the City Lord Manor. As for what the rewards would be, it had not been announced yet. Everyone was looking forward to it. The elder waved his hand, and a translucent wall appeared in front of him, emitting a faint light. Chunzong, hand over your battle results to the Shana Hall, and I can give you a lighter punishment for what happened in the demon prison. Chu Shana's voice sounded in Chunzong's ears. However, Chunzong didn't even glance at Chu Shanha, completely ignoring him. This caused the veins on Chu Shana's forehead to bulge. His eyes shone with a murderous light, as if he wanted to devour Chunzong. It was as if he wanted to tear Chunzong apart. Are you representing the Flying Snow Pavilion? The elder's gaze swept across and landed on Chunzong's face as he asked. That was because, apart from Chunzong, the other 17 people all belonged to 17 different powers. Only Chunzong wasn't. He was a lone cultivator. However, Chunzong had been traveling together with the people from the Flying Snow Pavilion. The elder's words made many people nervous. No matter what, Chunzong was one of the last 18 people to come out. He must have killed many demons and obtained many battle results. With one more person on the list, there would be more competition. Therefore, they hoped that Chunzong would say no. The Flying Snow Pavilion was even more nervous as they stared at Chunzong with anticipation. No matter how many demons Chunzong had killed or how many battle results he obtained, as long as he was willing to represent the Flying Snow Pavilion would have a ranking. However, if he was eliminated, it would be even worse. Especially now, the other 12 forces all had one person who made it to the end, but not the Flying Snow Pavilion. If they were eliminated, they would become the laughingstock of the second town suppressing city. It would be a great loss to the reputation of the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin clan. The one who would be affected the most was Lin Wayne. Not only would she lose her position as the pavilion master, but she would also be punished by her family. Chunzong's eyes met Lin Wayne's, and he nodded silently. Senior, I represent the Flying Snow Pavilion. All right. The old man nodded and flicked his finger. Then, 18 demon slaughtering orders flew out from the back of the 18 people's left hands and entered the wall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the translucent wall. On the translucent wall, starting from the bottom, the names of the forces appeared one by one. The 18th place belonged to a force that was not part of the 13 major forces. The 17th place also appeared, and it was the same. From the 18th place to the 14th place, they were all outside of the 13 major forces. This was within reason and expectations. Such a low ranking did not cause much of a commotion. The rankings of the 13 major forces were the most eye-catching. The 13th place had also appeared. The 13th place immediately turned gloomy. Such a low ranking meant that the allocation of resource stars would not be very good. 12th, 11th, 10th. The rankings appeared one by one. However, the Flying Snow Pavilion had not appeared yet. This made everyone from the Flying Snow Pavilion, especially Lin Wayne, feel relieved. There were a total of 20 resource stars in the City of Suppressing World. They were divided into 3 grades: second grade, first grade, and supreme grade. The higher the grade, the bigger the resource star, and the richer and more precious the resources. Among them, there were 2 supreme grade for first grade, 6 second grade, and 8 third grade. The first place would be directly allocated to a supreme grade resource star, and they would mine it for many years until the next demon slaughtering trial began. Normally, the duration would be 10 years. The second and third place would be allocated to another supreme grade resource star, and they would mine it together. However, the second place would be allocated 60% of the supreme grade resource star, while the third place would be allocated 40%. The 4th to 7th place would each be allocated a first-grade resource star. Even though they were all first-grade resource stars, there are still some differences. The higher the ranking, the higher the value of the resources it contained. Therefore, the Flying Snow Pavilion was in 7th place previously, and they were allocated the least valuable first-grade resource star. The 8th to 13th place would naturally be allocated a second-grade resource star. The 13th place would be allocated a third-grade resource star. The 8th place was revealed, and it was still not the Flying Snow Pavilion. Lin Wayne heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the Flying Snow Pavilion would at least be able to maintain their original ranking. 7th place. They might even be able to achieve a higher ranking. Even if they were only 6th place, it would be better than before. The 7th place was revealed, but it was not the Flying Snow Pavilion. Lin Wayne could not help but clench her fists. The Flying Snow Pavilion would at least be able to achieve 6th place, better than before. Lin Wayne could not help but be grateful to Qinzhong. However, Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming's expressions changed drastically, and they were very upset. The 6th place was revealed, and it was the Star Blue Society. The Star Blue Society had also been 6th the last time. Lan Yuanming could not help but feel a little disappointed. They were still 6th, and it seemed like they would lose to the Flying Snow Pavilion this time. The 5th place was revealed, and it was still not the Flying Snow Pavilion. The 4th place was still not the Flying Snow Pavilion, but the Sword Alliance. How could they be 4th? The Sword Alliance people's expressions changed drastically. The Sword Alliance was only 2nd to the Flame Sect last time, and they were ranked 3rd. Meanwhile, the Flying Snow Pavilion, which was originally 7th place, had yet to appear. What did this mean? It meant that the Flying Snow Pavilion would be in the top 3. The difference between the top 3 and the 3rd place was very obvious. Even if the 3rd place was only allocated 40% of Superclass Resource Star, it would still be better than the 4th place, who was given a complete First-Class Resource Star. Excitement. Lin Wayne was so excited that her cheeks were flushed. Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming were shocked, while Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong were also shocked. Lan Yuanming's beautiful eyes shone brightly, as if she wanted to see through Chunzong. Brother Chun, did you destroy the Fiend Hive? Lan Yuanming's seductive voice rang directly in Chunzong's ears. Chunzong nodded and did not deny it. Lan Yuanming's face was instantly filled with surprise. She then turned her beautiful eyes and glanced at Chu Shanhe and the others. She felt that something interesting was about to happen. Destroying a Fiend Hive. How great of a battle record would that be? It was unimaginable. After every ranking, there would be a corresponding battle record. Compared to the previous ranking, there were much fewer. After all, the previous ranking was a team battle record. There would be at least 2 or 3 people's battle records. This time, each team only had one person's battle record. It was reasonable that it was not as good as the previous ranking. The 3rd place was then revealed. Flame Sect. The people from Flame Sect were also shocked and confused. How could it be 3rd place? If it was not 1st place, it should at least be 2nd place. Until now, there were only 2 rankings that had not been revealed. One was Shana Hall, and the other was Flying Snow Pavilion. Then, the 2nd place must be Flying Snow Pavilion. They were originally 7th place, but now they could get 2nd place. This Flying Snow Pavilion was on the path to success. 60% of a superclass resource star and 10 years of mining rights were enough to make Flying Snow Pavilion stronger. And all of this was brought about by this man. This man was said to be a country bumpkin who was born in a remote and backward star and accidentally wandered into the void. He was saved by the kind second miss of the Lin family and brought to the second world suppression city. He was so shocking, as if a real dragon had descended. Lin Wayne was really lucky. Lan Yuanming could not help but envy her. How good would it be if this man was a member of Star Blue Association? Chu Shanna's eyelids twitched. He had an ominous feeling. The 2nd place was revealed. Shana Hall. When the 3 words appeared, Chu Shanna trembled as if he was struck by lightning. The entire deity ocean seemed to be filled with thunder, and all sound from the outside world could not be heard. 2nd place. Shana Hall was only 2nd place. How could this be tolerated? Unbearable. Chu Shanhe groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. 1st place. Flying Snow Pavilion is going to get first place. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong were so excited that they were trembling. Lin Zhenglong and Lin Jingming's faces were ashen. Lin Weiyin's delicate body was trembling. First place. Everyone's expectations were revealed. Flying Snow Pavilion. It was expected, but also unexpected. It was really Flying Snow Pavilion. Chunzong could not help but smile. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Chunzong smiled at Lin Weiyin, which made people jealous. What did Lin Weiyin do to deserve the help of such an outstanding person? Look at his battle record. Exclamations followed, and even the old man was shocked, because the battle record of Flying Snow Pavilion was more than 10 times better than the second place. One should know that the difference between the second and third place was more than 2 times, which was already shocking. The first place was more than 10 times better than the second place, which was unbelievable. Compared to the first place of the previous competition, not only was it not inferior, but it was also much better. Cheating, he must have cheated. Chu Shanhe seemed to be unable to bear it. He roared hysterically. How could a void demon from the second level enter the first level of Devil Prison? How could he have so many achievements? I can testify that Chunzong single-handedly destroyed a demonic hive, Wan Yuanmeng said. Her tone was firm and unquestionable. I was the one who found the demonic hive and led the way. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. A demonic hive. Destroying a demonic hive single-handedly with a sword. If that was the case, then such a battle record was really shocking. The old man could not help but look solemn. Then, he picked out Chunzong's demon-slaying token, and with a wave of his hand, scenes appeared one after another. It was the scene of Chunzong fighting fiercely against the void demons, constantly killing them. In the end, the scene stopped at Chunzong killing his way out of the demonic hive, and the demonic hive was collapsing and shrinking. A huge black spear flew across the sky, and the aura it contained, even though it was just a scene, made everyone's hair stand on end. That was the last scene, which was fixed like a brand that would last forever. Many people looked at Chu Shanhe with pity. With a puff, Chu Shanhe seemed to be unable to bear their gazes, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he fell backward, but the people of Shanhe Hall caught him. Chapter 1958. First update. 3,600 rolls for monthly votes. If you have a recommendation vote, please vote for our deity. Flying Snow Pavilion ranked first, and Shanhe Hall ranked second. It was unbelievable that Shanhe Hall ranked second, but it had become a fact. It was unimaginable. Lin Weiyin was so excited that her cheeks were flushed red. Her tall figure was trembling slightly. Chu Shanhe had fainted and vomited blood. The blow was too great. Lin Zhenglong and his brother's faces were ashen. This time, not only were they unable to participate in the family and remove Lin Weiyin's position as the pavilion master, but would also make Lin Weiyin more valued by the family. The family would also be more stable. If he, Lin Zhenglong, were to say anything, then he would be seen as a scoundrel with no ability and would be despised by others. Lin Xiaofu and Lin Xiong's expressions kept changing. They had chosen to remain neutral, which was their usual choice. It was normal to wait for the best offer. But now, they were a little regretful. On second thought, Chunzong wasn't from Flying Snow Pavilion. He was only helping Flying Snow Pavilion this time. If he didn't join Flying Snow Pavilion and Lin family, Lin Weiyin would only be in the limelight for a while. Thinking of this, they felt a little better. After the group ranking, it was time for the individual ranking. But this time, the individual ranking was very clear, because each force only had one person. Only these 18 people were qualified to be ranked. Chunzong ranked first, and Chu Shanhe ranked second. Next, it was time to distribute the resource stars. Flying Snow Pavilion was ranked first. They would be able to obtain the mining rights of Superior Resource Star. The period of mining was normally 10 years. 10 years of mining would only allow them to mine a small portion of the resources of the Resource Star, but it would allow Flying Snow Pavilion to develop greatly. The individual ranking rewards were announced one by one. starting from the 18th place. Of course, the individual rewards for those ranked after the 10th place were more ordinary. The rewards for the top 10 were better, especially for the top 3. The reward that Chinzong received was no small matter. 50,000 void coins. A pot of 3 flower pills. One could choose any small superpower from the mayor's mansion. Void coins were the currency in the void. It contained a trace of high-level and pure energy. The energy was at the level of the illuminating God realm. It was very shocking. Sometimes, illuminating God realm elites would also use void coins to cultivate. 50,000 void coins was a shocking amount of wealth, enough to make many people jealous. A pot of 3 flower pills was also shockingly valuable. The 3-flower pill had a simple name, but its essence was extraordinary. It was a pill that could help condense the 3 flowers of the essence, chi, and spirit realm. It was a cultivation pill. Such an elixir was of little use to cultivators who had already condensed the 3 flowers to perfection. It was only used to supplement the power of the 3 flowers. However, it was very valuable to Chinzong. Moreover, even if one had void coins, one might not be able to buy a 3-flower pill. At least, that was the case in the second city of world suppression. Perhaps one could only buy it in a more powerful place. There were 10 3-flower pills in one pot. Finally, he could choose any minor supernatural power in the city lord's mansion, which would be of great use to Chinzong. Young friend, please follow me. After announcing the reward, the old man said to Chinzong. Under the puzzled and envious gazes of the crowd, Chinzong left with the old man. Following the old man, Chinzong continued to walk into the city lord's mansion. The mysterious city lord's mansion was unveiled in front of him. After passing through the covered bridge and across the pond, the city lord's mansion seemed to be very vast. The old man stopped in front of a small pavilion. In the pavilion, a figure in a black gilt robe was sitting leisurely, leaning against the railing and sprinkling starlight into the water. Under the water, a school of fish gathered. Young master, Chinzong is here. The old man bowed and greeted him. Come in. A warm and gentle voice sounded in Chinzong's ears, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder. A familiar voice. Chinzong stepped into the pavilion and felt his vision blur. The figure in the black gilt robe had already turned around and was facing him. His face looked handsome and confident. His eyebrows seemed to have transcended the mortal world, and his eyes were as deep as the void. He looked like someone who was about the same age as Chinzong, but Chinzong had a feeling that this person was much older than him. The other person's aura was also faintly discernible, giving off a feeling that it was infinitely high and vast like the void. Not at the demigod level, the immanent god level. In an instant, Chinzong made a judgment. The person in front of him was an immanent god elite. You're not bad, the other person said with a smile on his face. Chinzong felt that the voice was even more familiar. It's you. Chinzong couldn't help but exclaim. It's me. The man in the black gilt robe nodded slightly. It was a conversation without rhyme or reason, but both of them understood what it meant. Thank you, senior. Chinzong straightened his body and saluted with both hands. If it weren't for the other person's help, he wouldn't have been able to absorb the power in the void coins and successfully upgrade the Taichu sword energy technique to the 9th level and condense the flower of chi. Undoubtedly, it would have taken a lot of time. For cultivators, especially genius cultivators, time was like life. The sooner they broke through, the better. Besides, the other person had given him the Demon Slayer token. All in all, it was true that he was somewhat indebted to the other person. Of course, Chinzong also knew that there was no such thing as love and hatred in this world. Everything had a reason. The other person had helped him so much, so there must be a reason. Even if it was just to think highly of him, it was also a reason. You have a good mentality. The young-looking city lord smiled again. His eyes were filled with deep wisdom, as if he could see through the thoughts that flashed through Chinzong's mind. This made Chinzong extremely shocked. I have 19 minor divine abilities, said the city lord with a smile. There are cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret magics. As a reward, you could choose any one of them. With a thought, 19 glowing spheres of light of various colors appeared. These light balls were about the same size, but their colors were different. The aura they emitted was also different. Chunzong slowly scanned them, secretly excited. 19 minor magical powers. If he could get all of them, even if he couldn't use them, they could become his accumulation. Unfortunately, he could only choose one, which showed how precious they were. Since there was only one, he had to choose carefully. There was no need for introductions. Chunzong could sense the types of these minor magical powers just by their aura fluctuations. My Taichu sword energy technique is also at the minor magical power level, Chunzong said to himself. In that case, I should give up on cultivation methods. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong eliminated 2 cultivation methods from the 19 minor magical powers. As for martial arts, they were all useful and could be accumulated. However, only sword techniques had the most obvious effect. Among the remaining 17 minor magical powers, there were 3 sword techniques. Lastly, there were 2 minor magical powers and secret methods. Chunzong hesitated between sword techniques and secret methods. Sword technique cultivation could increase one's means of dealing with enemies and also increase one's accumulation of sword techniques. However, secret methods could be a key trump card. They could temporarily increase one's strength and turn around one's disadvantage. There was no definite definition of strength or weakness. Everything depended on one's choice. My single-hearted sword has now reached the minor magical power level. It can be perfected slowly. One more minor magical power sword technique or one less minor magical power sword technique doesn't make much of a difference to me. Chunzong thought and said, then I'll choose a minor magical power secret method. At a critical moment, a minor magical power secret method could increase one's combat strength and turn the tide of the battle. Then there were 2 minor magical powers and secret methods. He would choose one of them. Chunzong carefully sensed the aura fluctuations of the 2 minor magical powers and secret methods. He used his heart to sense and used his heart to choose. After 10 breaths, Chunzong's divine consciousness moved and immediately swept out, wrapping around the minor magical power secret method on the left. The light melted into nothing and turned into bursts of information, surging into Chunzong's mind. Minor magical power secret method, extreme break. This secret method was also divided into 3 levels. It was very mysterious and far surpassed the gold brilliant sword technique. Even with Chunzong's comprehension, it was difficult for him to comprehend it in a short time. The mayor smiled and put away the other 18 light balls. This minor magical power is not to be taught to outsiders, the mayor reminded with a smile. Don't worry, Mayor. I will only practice it on my own, Chunzong said seriously. Well, I have an opportunity here. I wonder if you dare to accept it? The mayor suddenly stopped smiling and stared at Chunzong as he said seriously. Opportunity? Chunzong was slightly startled. The mayor's real purpose in asking him to come was to give him an opportunity? Immediately, Chunzong dismissed this thought. It was impossible to give away an opportunity for free. There must be something to ask for when giving opportunities. Just because he didn't have it now didn't mean that he wouldn't have it in the future. Chunzong didn't agree rashly. Opportunities were accompanied by risks. It was reasonable for him to give something back in return. Then it depended on what kind of opportunity it was. If it wasn't very useful to him, he might as well not accept it. Don't worry. This opportunity is very useful to any demigod rank cultivator. It is the same for you, the mayor said with a smile. I won't give you an opportunity for free, as long as you can help me in the future to the best of your ability. Since the city lord is so kind, I will shamelessly accept it. Chunzong thought for a moment before replying. Good. The mayor couldn't help but laugh. He first helped Chunzong absorb a strand of energy from the void coin, and then gave him the Demon Slayer order. Even if he wanted to form a relationship, he wanted to see Chunzong's ability. Chunzong's ability was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he planned to give away an opportunity. This opportunity was useless to him, but it was very amazing to any demigod rank cultivator. Any demigod rank cultivator would want to obtain it. Of course, he wanted to nurture a junior in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do this. Then, let me tell you about this opportunity. The city lord smiled from the bottom of his heart. Have you ever heard of divine weapons? Divine weapons. Shenzong nodded. The imperial divine weapon was a type of divine weapon. Among the divine weapons, there is a type called the natal divine weapon. It is closely related to one's essence, spirit, soul, and life. The mayor said leisurely, everyone can condense a natal divine weapon differently. It carries and evolves everything about one's body. It can grow along with one's body. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord opened his right palm. An ray of flowing light appeared. It was a ray of black light, and it turned into a black wheel. It spun slowly, and the edges of the wheel were filled with traces of dazzling silver light. Chapter 1959. Second update. One update at night. Many star zones in the void. There were many secret zones in some star zones. Most of them were different, but there was one thing in common: the Divine Weapon Secret Zone. According to rumors, the Divine Weapon Secret Zone was left behind by a top force that occupied many star zones in the void a long time ago. That force was closely related to divine weapons. The Divine Weapon Secret Zone was a place for the powerful force's disciples to gain experience. They could obtain divine weapons and even divine weapon origins to refine their own natal divine weapons. In every galaxy in the Yuanyuan Star Zone, there was a portal to the Divine Weapon Secret Zone. All star system level forces were qualified to enter the Divine Weapon Secret Zone to obtain divine weapons and divine weapon origins. For any demigod level, it was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, only those who had reached the second level of demigod level were qualified to enter the Divine Weapon Secret Zone. Shenzong was not strong enough. 1 year. In another year's time, the Divine Weapon Secret Realm would open. At that time, Shenzong had to step into the second level. If not, he would miss out on this opportunity. After bidding farewell to the City Lord and leaving the City Lord Mansion, Shenzong did not look for Lin Wayne. Instead, he used void coins to buy a house with complete facilities. There was a house, a courtyard, and a cultivation room. It cost a total of 20,000 void coins. It was not cheap. Then, he sent a message to Lin Wayne through the 9 heavenly rings and started his closed-door cultivation. 1 year. He only had 1 year. He had not even reached the peak of the first level, let alone the second level. Time was short, and he was in a hurry. After starting his closed-door cultivation, Shenzong took out a triflower elixir and consumed it. The triflower elixir was about the size of an egg yolk. It had 3 colors intertwined. One was azure, one was dark brown, and the last was blood red. The 3 colors represented the 3 flowers. The azure color gave off an aura of tranquility and loftiness. It was like the clouds in the sky. The dark brown color gave off a heavy and steady aura. It was like the earth, unshakable. The blood red color gave off an aura of boiling blood. It was as if the blood was burning like lava. It was just an elixir, but it was so mysterious. The pill entered his mouth, but he did not swallow it. Instead, it melted in his mouth and turned into 3 rays of light of different colors that rushed into his deity sea. In an instant, 3 rays of light of different colors rushed towards the corresponding supreme realm flower. When the azure light fused with the divine flower, a layer of azure light spread out from the divine flower. It seemed to be improving bit by bit. However, after reaching 70% of the divine flower, it became more and more difficult to improve, so it was not obvious. On the other hand, the improvement of the flower of essence was more obvious. However, the improvement of the flower of qi was the most obvious. Therefore, the flower of qi was only condensed to 40%. As the 3 flowers swayed, Shenzong didn't even need to take the initiative to refine them. Just by resonating with them, he was able to refine the power of the 3 flowers elixir at an astonishing speed. In just 4 hours, the 3 flower elixir was completely refined. The condensation of the 3 flower elixir had improved, and the flower of qi had improved the most, but it still hadn't reached 50%. In that case, continue to take it. In less than 2 days, 10 3-flower elixirs have been consumed and refined by Chunzong. If news of this were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? Normally, a first-tier demigod would need at least 2 days to refine a single 3-flower elixir. However, Chunzong had refined 10 in less than 2 days. This speed was more than 10 times faster. This was the benefit of resonating with a top-tier supreme realm 3-flower. 50%. The condensation of the flower of Qi had finally reached 50%, which was on par with the flower of essence. If the 10 3-flower elixirs were refined by a high-tier supreme realm flower, they could increase the condensation from 40% to 60%. However, Chunzong didn't have a high-tier supreme realm flower. He had a top-tier supreme realm flower, so each refinement was more difficult. 3-flower elixirs. I need more of them. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. 10 3-flower elixirs had allowed his flower of Qi to reach 50%, his flower of essence to reach 60%, and his flower of God to increase as well. In that case, if he had more 3-flower pills, he would be able to condense the 3-flower of essence, energy, and spirit to a higher degree. With the resonance, he would be able to improve even faster. Unfortunately, the 3-flower elixirs weren't easy to buy. However, perhaps he could use the 9 Heavens Imperial Court as a channel. Speaking of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, he still had a mission that he hadn't handed in. He sank his consciousness into the 9 Heavens ring in his hand and checked the mission of the demon-slaying trial. Mission completed. Kill a large number of demons and destroy a demonic hive. Amazing achievement. Reward: 1,009 Heavens points, an additional 9 Heavens Imperial Court achievement, Demon Slayer. Immediately, Chunzong's 9 Heaven points in the 9 Heavens Ring's information went from 0 to 1,000. Furthermore, his achievements went from nothing to something, and he gained the title of Evil Demon Hunter. Demon Slayer. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. How unique. When Chunzong focused on his Demon Slayer achievement, he saw every scene of his battle with the Void Demons in the first layer of the Devil Prison, as well as every scene of him entering the demonic hive to hunt down the Void Demons, were all clearly displayed. This perspective was very comprehensive. He seemed to have become a complete bystander, watching and observing from the most objective point of view. However, it was also as if he had personally experienced the battle, and he had a deeper understanding of it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chunzong couldn't help but be secretly excited after reading it once. Not only could this 9 Heavens Imperial Court achievement be used to raise the level of a disciple, but it also contained such a mystery. It could allow him to observe the battle that gave him the achievement from a clear perspective, and he could gain new insights. 1,009 Heavens points and an achievement is enough to raise my 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple from the first level, Crimson Light Heaven, to the second level, Xianhua Heaven. Chunzong thought to himself. Chunzong immediately sent out the application, and it was approved immediately. The 9 Heavens ring also lit up with red and orange lights. Xianhua Heaven disciple. Compared to the other 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciples in the second world suppressing city, Chunzong's speed of improvement was undoubtedly very shocking. 1,009 Heavens points seems like a lot, but it's actually not enough. Chunzong silently calculated. His current disciple level was a Xianhua Heaven, which belonged to the second level. He could exchange for the first and second levels of the Lesser Mystique, but he couldn't exchange for the third level. Then, exchanging for the first level of the Lesser Mystique would require 109 Heavens points, while exchanging for the second level would require 1,009 Heavens points, and exchanging for the third level would require 10,009 Heavens points. The 9 Heavens points he had could only be exchanged for the first level, which wasn't of much help to him. Then, he wouldn't exchange for it first. He would use the 9 Heavens points to issue missions. 3 flower pills. A pot of 3 flower pills cost 109 Heavens points. In other words, if someone gave him a pot of 3 flower pills, he would have to pay 109 Heavens points to the other party. This wasn't set by Chunzong himself, but the evaluation given by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. 1,009 heavens points is only enough for me to exchange for 10 pots of 3-flower pills. Chunzong thought to himself. 10 pots of 3-flower pills might not be enough to condense all his 3 flowers to the perfected level. After all, the effects of the pills were obvious at the beginning, but the effects would gradually weaken after taking too many pills. Then, he would exchange for 3 pots of 3-flower pills first. Moreover, even if he wanted to exchange for them, he might not be able to get them. After issuing the mission, Chunzong didn't know when he would get his hands on the 3-flower pills. Just as Chunzong's disciple level increased, Lin Wayne also knew about it. This was because she received a reward from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The reward was 109 Heavens points, which was the merit of her referral. Then, Lin Wayne also checked the mission Chunzong issued. 3-flower pills. Lin Wayne's thoughts turned, and she was instantly shocked. The 3-flower pills were only useful for cultivators who had yet to reach the perfected level. If they had reached the perfected level, it would be useless. In addition, there was a limit to the number of 3-flower pills that could be consumed. Generally, the effects would be minimal after 3 to 5 pots. After 5 pots, there would be no effect at all. For example, Lin Wayne had already consumed 4 pots of 3-flower pills. Therefore, the 3-flower pills were useless to her. It was true that the 3-flower pills were precious and rare, but that was relatively speaking. It was very difficult for a rogue cultivator to obtain them. However, it would be easier for a starring force to obtain the 3-flower pills. Lin Wayne was the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, the #1 prodigy of the Lin family, a mid-rank star-rank force. The family would naturally do their best to nurture her. If it were other people in the Lin family, it would be difficult for most of them to obtain the 3-flower pills, let alone 4 pots. Now, Chunzong needed the 3-flower pills. However, Lin Wayne didn't have any. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the 3-flower pills through the family in a short period of time. What shocked Lin Wayne was that Chunzong actually needed the 3-flower pills. After all, Chunzong was someone who could kill a 2nd-level demigod demon of the void. Could it be that Chunzong wasn't a 2nd-level demigod? Or was he a 1st-level demigod? Moreover, he was a 1st-level demigod who hadn't perfected his 3-flower pills? If that was the case, then it would be unbelievable. To be able to kill a 2nd-level demigod demon of the void without perfecting his 1st-level demigod, even a prodigy like Chu Shanhe wouldn't be able to do so. Didn't this mean that Chunzong's talent was far superior to Chu Shanhe's? He was the best in the 2nd-level city of Suppressing World. He wasn't inferior to the 1st-level and 3rd-level city of Suppressing World. In fact, he was one of the best in the entire galaxy. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Chun that the Flying Snow Pavilion could obtain 1st place and be assigned to a superclass resource planet. I must repay him generously, Lin Wayne thought. Thinking of this, Lin Wayne couldn't help but send a message to Chunzong through the 9 heavenly rings. She wanted to know if Chunzong's 1st-level cultivation hadn't been perfected. Chunzong naturally replied, "That's great. In less than half a year, the family's sword transformation realm will open. I'll get a slot for Brother Chun." Lin Wayne was secretly delighted. Of course, Chunzong didn't know about this. After replying to Lin Wayne, he began to comprehend the 1st level of the minor mystic technique, Breakthrough. The minor mystic technique, Blood Thunder Explosion, that he had cultivated previously, couldn't give him any boost now. A minor mystic technique was much more mysterious than a minor mystic technique. It was also harder to cultivate. Generally, a 1st-level demigod could only cultivate the 1st level of the minor mystic technique and couldn't use it easily. The 2nd level could be forcefully activated, but it would cause great damage to the body. As for the 3rd level, it was impossible to activate it. Chapter 1960. Currently, we are ranked 8th. The 9th and 10th places are very close. They look like they will overtake us at any time. Shanhe Hall. Chu Shanhe's face was cold and a little pale. Previously, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and was scolded by the Chu clan. He was in a very low state. Only now did he recover. Chunzong. Thinking of this name and that face, Chu Shanha gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wanted to skin him, break his bones, and refine his soul. However, the fight in the first layer of Devil Prison made Chu Shanha realize that he was not a match for his opponent. Chunzong's strength was suspected to have reached the second layer. He could only use other means. Chu Shanha went deeper and deeper into the Shanha Hall. Finally, he entered a secret room that only he could enter. This secret room was very hidden. Only Chu Shanha could open it. The secret room was not big. There was a table in the middle, and on the table was a crystal ball the size of a fist. Chu Shanha stood in front of the crystal ball and focused his mind. The crystal ball suddenly trembled and lit up, projecting a ray of light to the wall opposite him. Instantly, the wall was first blurry like rising clouds and mist, and then it seemed as if it was blown by the wind, and then it revealed a simple pavilion that stood towering on the boundless ground and bathed under the fine rain that was like a thread of rain. It was ancient in style and possessed a natural charm. The ancient pavilion seemed to be magnified in front of his eyes, as if it was rushing out of the picture. His eyes flashed, and a black golden mask floated in the air. There was no one behind it. Its black eye sockets seemed to be burning with golden flames. It looked up, as if it was looking at Chu Shanha through the picture. Chu Shanha was startled, and his face became serious. It looked very strange and mysterious. Yes, Chu Shanha, the leader of the Shanha Hall in the second city of Suppressing World. The voice came from the image through the mask. It was a little dull, and the tone seemed to be a little doubtful, but also certain. Chu Shanha, why are you looking for the spring rain brothel? I want to cripple someone, Chu Shanha said, gritting his teeth. His eyes shone with a strong, murderous light. Who? The black golden mask said in a dull voice. Chunzong in the second city of Suppressing World, Chu Shanha said. Do you have any accurate information? The black golden masked man asked. Chu Shanha immediately told him everything he knew about Chunzong. He even told him about Chunzong's strength. The black golden masked man didn't respond and remained silent. He vaguely knew the rules of the Spring Rain Brothel. Spring Rain House. The name was simple and common, but the meaning behind it was extraordinary. The spring rain was soundless and pervasive, and the Spring Rain Brothel was the same. They had people in every channel, and news spread in all directions. If one wanted to know something, they would have to go to the Spring Rain Brothel. Of course, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Not only was Spring Rain House superior in terms of information, but they also accepted other aspects such as combat, killing, and so on. This was an organization that was like an assassin, but also like a wind medium. In short, they were very versatile. After about 10 breaths of time, the eyes of the black gold mask shone once again. It was as if the mask was looking at Chu Shanha through the screen, making Chu Shanha feel as if he had been seen through. The information you provided matches. The black gold masked man had already confirmed Chunzong's information. Was it an open assassination or an assassination? I don't need you to kill him. I just need you to cripple him and bring him to me. Chu Shanha retorted. Open or secret? The black golden masked man asked again. Open? How? What's the price? What's the secret method? What's the price? Chu Shanha asked back. The Spring Rain House was not a charity organization. They would charge a fee. Open. Ask someone to find Chunzong for a death match and cripple him. 50,000 void coins. Secret. Hide it from the City Lord office of the second city of world suppression and cripple him secretly. 100,000 void coins. 50,000 void coins. 100,000 void coins. Chu Shanha's expression changed. The price was too high. Although Chunzong came from an ordinary background, he was talented. He was valued by the city lord of the second city of world suppression. You need to pay this price. The black golden masked man asked. Open or secret? Chu Shanha started to think. 50,000 void coins was not a small amount. Although he could afford it, it was most of his personal savings. He had spent many years to accumulate it. Open. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered, Chu Shanha could not help it. Since he could not afford 100,000 void coins to assassinate him, he would do it openly. Furthermore, He would cripple Chinzong through a death match. When that time came, he would be able to personally witness how Chinzong was crippled and crippled. That would be more satisfying. After crippling him, Chinzong would become a cripple. He would fall into his hands and be ruthlessly tortured. Now, take out 50,000 void coins. The black golden masked man said. Chushana painfully took out 50,000 void coins and piled them up into a small hill in the secret room. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from the crystal ball and landed on the 50,000 void coins. The 50,000 void coins quickly disappeared. The Spring Rain House will arrange for the second floor to challenge Chunzong as soon as possible. A death match, the black golden masked man said again. After that, the black golden masked man shrank as if he was retreating. He left Chushana's sight, and the quaint pavilion bathed in the rain also appeared. Immediately, as if a gust of wind blew past, it brought with it a fog. Clouds and mist covered the place, making it extremely mysterious. The scene also ended there. The last ray of light on the crystal ball extinguished and dimmed. Only Chushana's ferocious eyes remained. Chunzong, soon you will be a dead dog kneeling in front of me. Chushana gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, like the roar of a trapped beast. Humiliation should be washed away with blood. No, it was not as simple as blood. It had to be repaid 100 times. Chunzong, a lucky kid from a remote planet who accidentally wandered into the void. To be able to destroy a demonic fortress alone, he is at least at the second level. Interesting. On a planet not too far away from the second city of world suppression, in a secret room in a city, there was a burly man with a black chain as thick as an arm wrapped around his body. The chain was like a python coiling around his arm. His broad palm was slowly turning a big iron ball that was connected to the chain. As he turned it, there was an ear-piercing sound. He looked at the paper in his hand. There was some information recorded on it. He grinned ferociously. 50,000 void coins. I can get 20,000. With these 20,000 void coins, I have enough money. In that case, I will go to the second city and finish the mission as soon as possible. As soon as the man stood up, the chains made an ear-piercing sound. His body was more than 2 meters tall, and he was extremely muscular. He gave off an extremely strong pressure. Soon, a spaceship flew out of the star and headed towards the second city of World Suppressing City. A large man covered in chains stood on the deck, but no one dared to approach him. Those who recognized him pointed at him in secret, and their expressions were filled with fear. Obviously, this man was not ordinary. In the cultivation room, Chunzong was cultivating the first level of minor theurgy secret art. Minor theurgy secret arts were more mysterious than martial arts. However, with Chunzong's extraordinary comprehension, he comprehended the first level in just one day and began cultivating. Minor theurgy secret art was an explosive secret art. It was similar to the Blood Thunder explosion, but also different. The Blood Thunder explosion was to condense the Blood Thunder seed and activate the force of the Blood Thunder seed to increase the power of the attack. It did not put any burden on the body. However, Minor theurgy secret art was different. Minor theurgy secret art was to explode the body's potential in an instant through a strange and mysterious method. It turned into a force and attached to other forces, increasing the power by 30%. Because it was to forcefully stimulate the body's potential and turn it into power in an instant, it would cause an extremely strong impact on the body. There had to be a period of relaxation. It could not be used continuously, otherwise it would cause damage to the body. To some extent, the difficulty of cultivating minor theurgy secret art was in control of one's own body, and in that instant, one had to stimulate the body's potential and forcefully explode it. If one did not have enough control, they would not be able to use it at all, let alone unleash any power. In short, minor theurgy secret art was to overdraft the body's potential and explode its power in an instant. It would cause a strong burden and a certain degree of damage to the body. Of course, if there was a period of relaxation after using it, the body would adjust and recover. The stronger the body, the faster the recovery. Then, let's try out the power of minor theurgy's secret art now. Shenzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly like a sword. Stepping forward, Shenzong walked toward the human-shaped sword-testing stone. It was made of the same material as the Wind Speech Pavilion's sword-testing stone. It could withstand the full force of a stage 1 demigod's attack without breaking. He drew his sword. The sword light was almost undetectable. The moment it left the sheath, it crossed 12 meters and directly hit the sword-testing stone, leaving a sword mark. The mark was half deep. He did not use his full strength in this attack, nor did he use minor theurgy's secret art. Then, it was time to use minor theurgy's secret art. Shenzong's expression was solemn. He immediately used the minor theurgy's secret art to stimulate his potential. He felt his muscles and bones tremble and his organs vibrate. His blood was like the water of a great river, surging endlessly in an instant. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Waves of shocking power fluctuated in his body, and he felt as if it was going to burst out of his body and explode. If his body was not strong enough, he felt as if he would have been torn apart. Of course, this was just an illusion. He had only forcefully stimulated part of his body's potential and transformed it into a tyrannical force, merging it with the other forces in his body. Shenzong felt the force in his body surge like thunder. In an instant, it merged with all his other forces and pierced through the long sword. Kill! As soon as the sword was drawn, a sword mark appeared on the sword-testing stone. It was much deeper than the first sword mark. The first sword mark was half the size of the sword-testing stone. The second sword mark was 2/3 of the size of the sword-testing stone. Other than the power of minor theurgy's secret art, the other forces were the same as the first sword. The same force, but because of the minor theurgy's secret art, the power of this sword was greatly increased and became more tyrannical. Chapter 1961. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I hope that every candidate will be able to perform at their best state. In the void, a huge spaceship that looked like a fish was rapidly approaching the second city of world suppression. After the spaceship docked, the people on it disembarked. Among them, there was a 2-meter-tall, muscular figure that looked like an iron tower. His whole body was wrapped in pitch-black chains. At the two ends of the chains were a ball the size of a human head and a sharp blade the size of a spear. He exuded an overbearing aura that oppressed the surroundings. No one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. Once they did, they would feel a great pressure, as if they would be crushed. It was very uncomfortable. The second city of world suppression. I'm here again. The muscular man stared at the huge city and grinned. Soon, they stepped into the second city of world suppression. When the chained man stepped into the second city of world suppression, some people saw him and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Slayer Slaughter. He came to the second city of world suppression. What? Slayer Slaughter, the 115th on the demigod list? That's right. It's him. Soon, the news spread to the various forces, and everyone knew about it. Slayer Slaughter, the 115th on the demigod list, was a second-tier demigod expert. The top 200 on the demigod list were all second-tier demigod experts. The gap between the first tier and the second tier was very obvious. Slayer Slaughter, why did you come to the second city of world suppression? For a moment, all the forces were guessing. At the same time, they ordered their disciples to be careful and not to provoke Slayer Slaughter. The second-tier demigod experts were very scary when the imminent god experts didn't take action. It was better not to provoke them. Slayer Slaughter, are you the one? Inside the Mountain River Hall, Chu Shanhe, who had received the news, had a cold glint in his eyes. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Men, quickly, invite Slayer Kwong to the Wind Speech Pavilion. Tell him I'm hosting a banquet. The Windy Speech Restaurant was a famous restaurant in the second city of world suppression. It was expensive to host a banquet in the Windy Speech Restaurant. In the Windy Speech Restaurant, there were only two people in the private room. One was Chu Shanhe, and the other was Murderous Slaughter. The hall master of the Mountain River Hall, the young master of the Chu family, Chu Shanha, ranked 233rd on the demigod list. Slayer Slaughter glanced at Chu Shanha with a serious tone. This seriousness was not directed at Chu Shanha, but at the Chu family. After all, Slayer Mad Slaughter was an unaffiliated person. He did not have any power behind him. To be able to have a level 2 cultivation base and powerful strength, and to be ranked level 115 on the demigod list, it was enough to show that his talent and luck were not ordinary. There were plenty of demigod rank experts in the Second World Suppression City, but most of them were only at the first layer. Only a handful of them could reach the second layer. Although the demigod ranking didn't necessarily list all demigod ranks, it did list most of them. Of course, although Slayer Slaughter was a second-layer demigod rank expert with astonishing strength, Chu Shanha's talent couldn't be underestimated either. It was highly possible that Chu Shanha would break through to the second layer in the future. Not to mention, Chu Shanha was the young master of an upper star rank force. Slayer Slaughter didn't dare to underestimate him. He was arrogant, but he wasn't a brainless brute. That's me. Chu Shanha smiled. Although he was talented and had a high chance of breaking through to the second layer in the future, he didn't dare to underestimate people like Slayer Slaughter. He was quite polite. Both of them had their own concerns, so the scene was naturally harmonious. Especially Chu Shanha, who planned to recruit Slayer Slaughter. If Slayer Slaughter could become a member of the Mountain River Palace, then the Mountain River Palace would become even stronger. After all, there were no second-layer experts in the Mountain River Palace. It was too difficult to break through from the first layer to the second layer. It was a watershed. It was like the gap between a peerless genius and a heaven's pride. An eminent God Realm expert who broke through to the second layer, regardless of strength or potential, was better than an eminent God Realm expert who broke through to the first layer. Although there were only 2 people at the banquet, they felt like they were at home. Young Master Chu, don't worry. I'll drag this Chinzone to you. Slayer Slaughter swallowed the entire roasted chicken, chewed a few times, and immediately ground the bones and meat into powder. He then drank a large jar of wine and laughed. Brother Slaughter, don't worry. I'll get someone to send a letter of challenge to Chinzone. Chu Shanha smiled. Thank you. Slayer Slaughter also smiled. Since Chu Shanha wanted to rope him in, he didn't have to join the Mountain River Palace. He could enjoy it with a clear conscience. His ultimate goal was to cripple Chinzone and complete the Spring Rain Brothel's mission. Then, he would be able to get 20,000 void coins. Of course, the void coins that Chu Shanha paid for this was definitely not 20,000. Based on his understanding of the Spring Rain Brothel, he would have to pay at least 40,000 void coins. If only those void coins could belong to him. Of course, Slayer Slaughter could only think about it. After all, without the Spring Rain Brothel, he wouldn't have been able to get this mission and earn 20,000 void coins. Breakthrough. In the Divine Sea, the 3 flowers swayed. In an instant, the flower of Qi and the flower of Essence shone brightly, shining in all directions. Halos of light swept over and quickly retracted. The 2 flowers of Extreme State appeared to be even more solid, as if they contained even more power. 60%. The condensation of the 2 supreme flowers had finally reached 60%. This was all thanks to Chinzone's cultivation and the second pot of 3 flower pills. Unfortunately, after nearly a month, he had obtained a pot of 3 flower pills from the mayor's mansion and a second pot with 9 heaven points. There was still no sign of the 3rd or 4th pot. The flower of God was still at 70%. However, he felt that it had reached the peak of 70% and was only a step away from 80%. However, as a top-tier supreme flower, it was even more difficult to improve. This was especially true when the supreme flower reached a higher level. The efficiency of condensing the supreme flower would also decrease. Currently, the 3 flower of God was at 70%, while the flower of Essence and flower of Qi were at 60%. It was gradually catching up to the flower of God. If I have another pot of 3 flower pills, the flower of God will definitely reach 80%. As for the flower of Essence and flower of Qi, it will be difficult to reach 70%. Zong couldn't help but think. Battle. Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. A high-intensity battle can help me resonate faster and condense the 3 flowers. This had already been verified in the Devil Prison. However, there was no high-intensity battle in the second city of world suppression. While Zongjing was deep in thought, there was an illusory shadow that was like a flickering light and passing shadow. It carried a terrifying force as it rapidly shot over from the outside. Zong spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand. His force circulated and sealed off the surroundings. The shadow paused for a moment before stopping in front of his palm. It spun and turned. It was a black card with blood-red words. Invitation to battle. Invitation to life and death. Zong revealed a look of interest. There was actually someone who had sent him a death notice. Who could it be? Zong opened the invitation and quickly glanced at it. Then, he closed the invitation. The invitation was sent by the Hall of Mountain and River. It stated that the Hall of Mountain and River wanted to settle their scores with him. This was normal. Zong thought for a moment and decided to accept the invitation. It just so happened that he needed someone to participate in a high-intensity battle to stimulate the 3-flower resonance and increase his efficiency. Maybe he could use this opportunity to break through. A battle of life and death could better stimulate his potential. When Zong received the death invitation, the news spread. Soon, it spread throughout the second city of world suppression. Tianqin Sword Zong would fight with Reaper Slaughter, who was ranked 115th on the demigod list, in 3 days. What? Brother Chun is going to fight Reaper Slaughter to the death? Lin Wayne was shocked when she heard the news. She quickly left the Flying Snow Pavilion and went to the courtyard Zong bought. At the same time, Lan Yuanmeng of the Star Blue Society also received the news. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and she also left. Then, 2 beauties of different styles came to Zong's courtyard. Brother Chun, Reaper Slaughter is cruel and ruthless. Even those who are ranked higher than him don't want to be enemies with him, Lin Wayne said anxiously. This is Chu Shana's doing, right? Lan Yuanmeng surprisingly didn't argue with Lin Wayne this time. She also looked solemn. It's okay. Zong smiled. Zong had done some research on Reaper Slaughter. He roughly knew this person's temperament and strength. He was worried that the Hall of Mountain and River couldn't produce any experts, so he could have a high-intensity battle. In terms of strength, he was more than a few times stronger than when he destroyed the demonic hive in the first level of Devil Prison. He also cultivated the secret technique of breaking the limit. The attack power he could unleash in an instant was terrifying and far stronger than before. That life Reaper Mad Slaughter couldn't take his life. This was a kind of confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. His confident look made Lin Wayne and Lan Yuanmeng's eyes light up. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the life and death stage of the second suppressing world city, a tall body like an iron tower stood. The body was wrapped in thick black chains, exuding a terrifying chill, and the smell of blood filled the air. An astonishing pressure pervaded the air, suppressing the aura on the life and death stage. It was like an iron plate, making the people outside the life and death stage feel even more pressured. The Hall of Mountain and River stood on one side, as did the Flying Snow Pavilion and Star Blue Association. It could be said that the entire second suppressing world city was standing around the life and death stage, ready to watch the battle. In the dark, an old man was also watching. It was the old man from the city lord's mansion. He was naturally sent by the city lord as a precaution. If Zong couldn't defeat Reaper Slaughter, he would secretly save him. Rules. It was custom-made by experts. Why isn't the Sky Heart Sword here yet? Could it be that he's too scared to come? Discussions broke out. In the distance, a figure flew quickly and rushed to the life and death stage in an instant. He landed on the stage and faced Reaper Slaughter. He's here. Is that the Sky Heart Sword? Although the name of Zong's Sky Heart Sword had spread throughout the second suppressing world city, not many people had seen his face. His aura is too weak compared to Reaper Slaughter. Is he a match for him? I don't think so. The Skyheart sword is only around 600 on the demigod list, while Reaper Slaughter is 115. The difference is too big. I think it's a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 1962. Second update. Landing on a life and death ring. Chunzong felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely dangerous beast. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was on his neck. Chunzong felt a sense of danger. However, this feeling did not make Chunzong afraid. Instead, he felt a little excited. Perhaps this battle could help him break through the condensation of the Flower of God and reach 80%. Once it reached 80%, his strength would be further enhanced. Not bad. What a pity. Slayer Kwong, too, narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Chunzong. After a dozen breaths, he finally spoke. The moment his voice fell, his left arm shook and a force rushed out. A black ball the size of a human head suddenly shot out from his left palm. An astonishing rumbling sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. It was as if a sonic storm had swept through the life and death arena. The sphere instantly transformed into a meteor and shot through the air. It carried with it an extremely terrifying might that destroyed everything in its path. Chunzong immediately felt that as the iron ball blasted through, the air in front of him was completely oppressed and pushed forward, crushing everything. On the black ball, there were spots of dim mottled light and a rusty smell of blood, as if it was blood that had been dried up for a long time. This iron ball had been stained with a lot of blood and killed many people. It was extremely terrifying, and it chased after one's life. Fast, ruthless. Its power was extremely tyrannical, as if it could shatter Chunzong's body with one blow. With such an amazing power, Chunzong estimated that if he was hit, even with the weakening of the Heart Seal treasure robe, the remaining 30% of its power would be enough to injure him. Then, let's unsheath the sword. The sword was unsheathed and slashed out in an instant. The sword light twisted in an instant, but the iron ball was also deflected by Chunzong's sword and blasted past him. The sword light, on the other hand, shot towards Slayer Slaughter in an instant. The battle began. Lin Weiyin was secretly nervous. Although Chunzong was powerful, Slayer Slaughter was famous for his ferocity. Chu Shana's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Chunzong. The other end of the chain was like a sharp spear that pierced through the air. It was like a treasured sword that pierced through the air. It was like a great spear that pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp. Two completely different attacks suddenly shot toward Chunzong from two different trajectories, directly sealing off the surrounding area. The left and right intersected, and the top and bottom intersected. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. However, Chunzong did not need to escape. In the blink of an eye, he waved his sword twice, and an extremely tyrannical sword force broke through the air, intercepting Slayer's attack. His figure flashed, turning into a peerless sword light that flew past, and in an instant, he closed in on Slayer. Close combat. This was what Chunzong was best at, and Reaper Slaughter was also good at it. Therefore, when he saw Chunzong approaching, he immediately smiled. That smile looked a bit ferocious. He opened his big hand, and his 5 fingers clasped in the air like a devil's claw. It was as if all the space under his hand was between his fingers and palm. If one was caught, there was no doubt that one would not be able to escape at all. It was as if one would be crushed directly. The power of the second level erupted directly. It was ferocious and shocking to the extreme. It was much more powerful than the many second-level demons of the void that he had killed in the first level of the Devil Prison. Of course, it was still incomparable to the last demon of the void that was riding a giant black beast and holding a giant black spear, but it was still very powerful. An astonishing pressure pressed down, as if to destroy Chunzong. It directly suppressed the surroundings. In the divine sea, the 3 flowers swayed. Under the resonance, halos were born, layer upon layer, and the frequency was higher than before. This was a natural reaction to feeling the pressure, as if it was being honed and refined. This was also Chunzong's purpose. His body swayed, like the reflection of the moon in the water, and Killer Slaughter's palm fell directly into the air. His expression did not change, but his eyes instantly emitted a terrifying and fierce light. The hand that was about to strike changed instantly and swept forward as if it had rolled up a killing storm. At the same time, under the guidance of his other hand, the tip of the chain instantly shot through the air like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. Its speed was astonishing, and its explosive power was unparalleled. The chain was filled with an extremely terrifying and cold, murderous intent. The evil spirit was activated and surrounded the chain. Suddenly, it turned into a dark red poisonous snake. The snake's head was triangular, and there seemed to be horns on both sides of its forehead. Its eyes were cold and emotionless, filled with a deathly stillness. Pouncing, biting, tearing, and a fishy smell filled the air, making Chun Zong feel dizzy. In an instant, he understood that it was not a real smell, but a fake one. It was a kind of taste that originated from the manifestation of the spiritual will and directly impacted the spiritual plane. However, Chun Zong's spiritual will was extremely strong because the flower of God was at the top level. It could completely withstand the impact of Killer Slaughter's divine will. However, his opponent's application of the divine will was indeed extraordinary. Killer Slaughter's body was as strong as an iron tower. His every move was filled with terrifying pressure and power, but his attack speed was not slow at all. Moreover, the killer chain had astonishing power and contained exquisite skills. It combined dexterity and strength, making it even more difficult to deal with and difficult to dodge. Brother Chin's cultivation is at the first level. Although he can kill second-level demons of the void, Killer Slaughter is a veteran of his second level. His strength is stronger than the previous second-level demons of the void. Lin Wayne subconsciously clenched her fists. She was very nervous, afraid that Chun Zong would be killed by Killer Slaughter. No one was allowed to interfere in the battle on the life and death ring. This was the rule. Once anyone interfered, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules. Even a force like the Chu family could not afford to pay the price. Therefore, she could only watch and hope that Chun Zong could win. However, the hope was very slim. Killer Slaughter's notoriety was too great. Chu Shanha also clenched his fists. However, he was not worried. Instead, he was excited. This was because he hoped that Chun Zong would be crippled. When the time came, he would drag him in front of him and humiliate him. Then, he would bring him back to the Mountain River Palace and slowly torture him. He could even squeeze out all the value of his opponent to make up for his loss. For this little bumpkin to have such strength, he must have had an extraordinary opportunity. Although he was the young master of the Chu family and had extraordinary talent, the other party's opportunity might be useful to him and allow him to advance further. Otherwise, taking out 50,000 void coins at once was too great a price to pay. While everyone had their own thoughts, the battle on the life and death ring was getting more and more intense. Chun Zong's cultivation was obviously not as good as Killer Slaughter's. One was at the first level, while the other was at the second level. Moreover, Killer Slaughter had condensed the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and Spirit, which were at least at the advanced level. There was a saying in the world of cultivation that if one wanted to reach the second level, the flower of extremity had to be at least at the advanced level. If one had a low-level or mid-level flower of extremity, it was almost impossible to reach the second level because one's potential was insufficient. However, it was extremely difficult to condense a high-level flower of extremity. As for the top level, it was even more difficult. Killer Slaughter had 1 flower of extremity that had reached the top level, while the other 2 were at the advanced level. The second level was a qualitative change, and its power was even stronger. Therefore, although Chun Zong was superior to Killer Slaughter in terms of cultivation, Killer Slaughter was much better than Chun Zong in terms of cultivation. The sword of single-minded intent was used in close combat, and the sword intent followed the heart. The sword of single-minded intent was the first move of the single-minded sword. Its power was extraordinary, but now it had become a move that Chun Zong could use easily. because Chunzong's cultivation had improved greatly, and under the resonance of the three flowers, his strength recovered faster, and he could completely support the sword of single-minded intent. The sword light merged into the void. It was indiscernible, but it was constantly changing and unfathomable. It had been a fierce battle since the beginning, but Chunzong had not been at a disadvantage, which surprised the spectators. Killer Slaughter was also very surprised, and his murderous intent grew. Young Master's eyesight is indeed extraordinary. This Chunzong is only at the first stage of the demigod realm, yet he possesses such superb swordsmanship. His swordsmanship has even surpassed the demigod realm and is comparable to some eminent realm experts. An eminent realm expert from the City Lord's mansion who was secretly observing the situation was secretly surprised. With this kid's talent, reaching the second level is inevitable. If he can obtain the divine weapon source in the divine weapon secret realm and refine his natal divine weapon, his strength will increase greatly. In the future, this kid will also step into the spirit realm. His future is limitless. The more the old man thought about it, the happier he was. He suddenly felt that the young master's approach was very correct. He had won the favor of such a genius, and in the future, there would be great rewards. However, for now, he still hoped that this kid could defeat Killer Slaughter. If he could defeat Killer Slaughter, then his potential would be even more amazing. Boom! Killer Slaughter burst out with all his strength, fiercely stomping on the ground. The life and death ring suddenly shook, and a layer of terrifying power suddenly exploded under his feet. The astonishing power turned into a raging wave, destroying everything in its path. At the same time, Killer Slaughter's figure retreated because he found that the opponent seemed to be better at close combat than him. It made him feel that his hands and feet were tied, and it was difficult for him to fully display his advantages, which made him very unhappy. Even though Death Reaper had dabbled in a lot of small martial arts, that was to make up for some of his own flaws. However, his true ability was still in strength and speed. Only with enough distance could he display the power of his weapons and martial arts to the extreme. The moment he retreated, he opened up a certain distance. The round ball the size of a human head suddenly shook, and from the inside, sharp spikes as thick as a little finger pierced out. The tip of the spikes flickered with a faint red light, which was extremely terrifying. Boom! The iron ball covered with spikes instantly broke through the air like a falling meteor. It rotated at high speed, and the power it released was much more tyrannical than before. Its destructive power was unparalleled. Minor magical martial arts, broken body. Then, the other end of the chain also shook and burst out with an unparalleled speed, piercing through the void as if it could pierce through everything. It made Chunzong feel that all the bones of his body were being pierced. Minor magical martial arts, bone penetrating. As one of the few experts on the demigod list, Slayer Slaughter had mastered more than one minor divine ability martial art. Furthermore, when paired with the demanding life iron chain, its power was astonishing. Chunzong looked serious as the crisis struck. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his long sword. Slash! Sword of heart refining. Chapter 1963. Third update. Everyone, my ranking has fallen. The situation is critical. I may fall out of the top 10 at any time. I need your strength. The single-hearted sword and the single-hearted sword were powerful, but it could only be regarded as the foundation. It was only until the three-hearted sword that it had real power. However, the single-hearted sword was the real killing move and the essence of the single-hearted sword. Of course, it was the current single-hearted sword, because the previous single-hearted sword would consume all of his strength. Now, it would not be a problem to use it 20 or 30 times in a row. The power of the single-hearted sword under 2,000 sword chi increased greatly. It had completely reached the level of perfection of the third level of minor magical power. It was extremely terrifying and exquisite, using strength to penetrate strength, using skill to break strength. Under the sword, It immediately blocked the body-shattering sword and defeated it. The invisible sword light shook and shattered, but it did not disappear. Instead, it all went to kill the bone-piercing sword. 1 against 2, exquisite to the extreme. Massacre. The roar was like a thunderclap, containing an extremely terrifying killing intent. Around him, there seemed to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corpses and bones floated in the sea of blood, drifting with the waves. The pitch-black empty eye sockets emitted a shocking chill. The bone claws that were exposed from time to time seemed to want to take one's life. The demanding life iron chain shook violently, making an extremely terrifying sound. It surged like a raging tide, mighty and endless. The iron ball and the tip of the spear swept in an instant under the sharp blade, rolling up an extremely terrifying killing storm. It surrounded the demanding life mad slaughter as if it had become a peerless killing weapon, rumbling towards Chunzong. This move was the fusion of the minor magical power body-shattering sword and the minor magical power bone-piercing sword. It was the killing move that the demanding life-mad slaughter created after the fusion, forging his fierce reputation. He originally thought that the body-shattering sword and bone-piercing sword would be enough to cripple the opponent, but unexpectedly, he had to use his strongest killing move, Massacre. After the fusion and creation of this move, in order to perfect it, he specially went deep into some dangerous places and carried out crazy battles and massacres. The number of people who died under his demanding life iron chain was uncountable. It was appalling. In this way, the massacre move was truly perfected and raised to the extreme. Now, he had reached a point where he could not improve any further. But in fact, Death Reaper Slaughter was at the 2nd level and had yet to reach perfection. It was very, very difficult for him to rely on his own ability. He wanted to rely on external forces, which was the power of some pills to promote himself to the 2nd level of perfection, even if there was only a small chance. However, in order to obtain the pills, one had to pay void coins, a large amount of void coins. Now, as long as he completed this mission, he would have enough void coins. A massacre. On the life and death platform, endless murderous intent filled the air. Endless murderous aura swept out, completely filling and enveloping everything. It was as if the place had turned into hell. Chilly winds howled, and countless pale figures appeared. Both humans and beasts had distorted faces, as if they were being tortured. They were like malicious ghosts that constantly let out mournful howls. The killing intent filled the air. Even with the protection of the life and death platform, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being enveloped by an endless amount of killing intent. They felt as if they were soaked in the killing intent. Their bodies were numb, and they couldn't summon any strength. The killing intent rushed straight to the divine sea. It was as if a mountain of bones had appeared. He kept quiet out of fear. It was too terrifying. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but circulate their cultivation methods and gather their divine will to resist with all their strength. Even Chu Shanhe was the same. Their expressions were solemn. Just watching from the outside had already caused such a shocking impact. What about Chunzong, who was bearing the brunt of the attack? Enveloped by such a terrifying murderous intent and murderous aura, he would probably be unable to move, unable to resist, and would be directly smashed into pieces by the opponent's terrifying killing move. He couldn't see. He couldn't see at all. He was completely enveloped by the massacre. Endless murderous intent, endless malicious spirits, and countless malicious ghosts appeared and roared. They wanted to take one's life. Chunzong was completely covered and engulfed in it. He could feel that there was an extremely shocking amount of killing intent in all directions. The killing intent condensed into a substance, as if it had turned into a sharp blade, crazily slashing at him, as if it was going to tear him apart. The demanding life iron chain was like a poisonous snake, but also like a giant python. Its power was extremely terrifying as it attacked from all directions. Chunzong stood still. His heart and mind were upright. Under the state of freedom, he used the heart's sword intent as the source, and his superb sword Tao as the extension to sense all the fluctuations in the surroundings. He seemed to be motionless, but in fact, he was constantly moving at an astonishing speed and with a subtle range, avoiding the terrifying power of the massacre. The murderous intent in the surroundings seemed to have condensed into a substance. It was just an additional attack, but its power was enough to kill a first-level demigod. However, it wasn't enough of a threat to him. The real attack was that chain. It was extremely frightening. If he was hit, even with the protection of a heart-sealed treasure robe, even with his tyrannical physique, he would still be injured. Failed. All of demanding life slaughter's attacks missed. Chunzong had inconceivably dodged them. Activating with all his strength, the chain became even more violent. All of its power surged out. Demanding life slaughter, who was in the midst of the endless murderous intent, had a malevolent face like a demon. Secret art of berserk slaughter. With a low shout, Slayer Kwang Tu's entire body shook. A terrifying power immediately rushed out from the depths of his body, causing his body to swell up in an instant. Every muscle on his body bulged, containing an extremely terrifying power. Minor Mystique's secret art of berserk slaughter. First level. Second level. Having reached the second level of the demigod rank, he could already activate the second level of the Minor Mystique secret art. Although there was a burden, it was still bearable for a short period of time. Since he couldn't suppress his opponent with his normal strength, he could only use the secret art. Since he was going to use the secret art, he would use the second level of the secret art to directly increase his strength. 60%. The first level of the Minor Mystique secret art could increase one's strength by 30%. The second level could increase one's strength by 60%. As for the third level, it could increase one's strength by 100%. In an instant, under the secret art of berserk slaughter, demanding life slaughter's body expanded. A bloody red light bloomed, dyeing the surroundings, turning the life and death arena into a bloody purgatory. Every blade condensed for murderous intent had its power increased by several times, directly threatening Chunzong. The pressure increased sharply. Chunzong's face was extremely solemn. In his spirit's sea, the three flowers shone brightly. Then, the flower of essence and the flower of air shook together, releasing a bright light in an instant, and rushed toward the flower of God. The flower of God trembled as well, as if it was emitting a shocking sound like the surging waves of the sea. The halo swept away heavily. Breakthrough. 80%. The flower of God had finally broken through from the peak of 70% to 80% with the help of the high-intensity battle and the pressure from the strong opponent. The further it went, the harder it was to improve. If he relied on his usual cultivation, it would probably take a few more months. This speed was already faster than other cultivators, but it was still not enough for him. It was far from enough, because time was limited. Once the flower of God had broken through to 80%, Chunzong's perception of his surroundings improved a lot, becoming clearer and clearer. Then, using the pressure from the opponent to train the three flowers, he had completed the breakthrough of the flower of God. It was time to end the battle. Minor Mystique's secret art, breaking limit. Second level, all creations. Sword of heart, refinement. Taichu, sword, origin body. Full combat strength. Chunzong's cultivation was at the first level of the demigod level, so he could use the first level of the secret technique of breaking without being injured. However, after using it, he would need some time to recover. Forcibly activating the second level was also possible, but it would cause a greater burden on his body or even damage him. However, because of Chunzong's strong physique and the fact that he had condensed the top-grade flower of essence, his recovery ability was even more amazing. Therefore, he could forcibly withstand the burden and backlash of using the second level of the secret technique of breaking, as long as he did not use it for a short period of time. An illusion appeared, overlapping with Chunzong's real body. They swung their swords together, and the two swords merged into one, instantly striking out. The second level of the secret technique of breaking directly unleashed part of the body's potential, overdrawing it, and turning it into an astonishing 60% increase in strength. The Taichu sword origin body was a middle-grade spiritual body. Once it was activated, it could increase the power of the Taichu sword origin by 60%, making it even more powerful. The power of this sword had reached its peak. When the sword struck out, the sword light was faintly discernible, but it had the power of gods and ghosts. All the sharp blades formed by the murderous aura were shattered in an instant. Outside the life and death ring, the crowd could only see a bloody purgatory shrouding it. However, in an instant, the sword light that seemed to exist yet not exist shot out, breaking the purgatory with one strike, as if splitting it into two. The sword light dissipated, and the boundless murderous aura also dispersed after being split apart. It was like smoke blown by the wind, or ice and snow exposed to the scorching sun. On the life and death ring, Chunzong pointed his sword forward diagonally, as if he was going to slash down, and remained motionless. Slayer Slaughter held the iron ball in one hand and the chain in the other. The tip of the spear drooped down like a sharp sword, and his huge and strong body was also motionless. What happened? Most people could not see what had happened on the life and death ring. They only felt the intense, murderous aura spread out, and then they saw this scene. Both of them stood motionless, as if they had turned into statues. No one could see what had happened. Who won? Someone asked blankly. This man is extraordinary. In the dark, the elder of the mayor's mansion sighed slightly. He also felt that the sword light, just now, was extremely mysterious. Even with the high realm of the spirit realm, he felt that it was extremely mysterious. It was enough to show the power of Chunzong's sword. In an instant, the motionless Chunzong's wrist shook slightly, and the tip of the sword drew a mysterious and flourishing sword flower, blooming from the bud in an instant. There was an indescribable mystery. It was indescribable. In the next breath, the long sword returned to its sheath. As the sword returned to its sheath, a line of blood appeared between Slayer Slaughter's eyebrows and quickly spread down. His huge and strong body, which was like an iron tower, swayed and fell forward. Bang! The life and death ring seemed to shake because of this. The roar was like a huge hammer that directly hit the crowd's heart, making it beat wildly and extremely oppressive. Dead. Slayer Slaughter, who was ranked 115th on the secondary divine list and was feared by countless people, was actually dead. It seemed that he was killed by a sword. Chapter 1964. You must not panic, stay calm, and face tomorrow's test in your best condition. When the time comes, whether you will be an outer disciple, an inner disciple, or a true disciple will depend on your efforts. Do your best. Here, the samsara will show you a big move. The sword God will possess you, and you will be invincible. Chunzong did not expect that the battle with Slayer Killer would not only help his God's flower break through 70% to 80%, but also give him a surprise when he opened his 9 heavenly rings after killing Slayer Killer. 180,000 void coins. This was a shocking amount of wealth. Chunzong had only received 50,000 void coins as a reward for winning the first place in the demon slaying trial that was held once every 10 years. This Slayer Slaughter was truly worthy of being a veteran demigod rank expert. He was ranked 115th on the demigod ranking list. His wealth was truly astonishing. Unfortunately, without the help of an illuminating god expert, Chunzong could not absorb the energy from it. An illuminating god expert would not help you for no reason. Moreover, absorbing the energy of void coins yourself and guiding others to absorb the energy of void coins were two different things. In the end, cultivation still depended on oneself. If one blindly relied on others, in the end, it would be all in vain. In Slayer Killer's 9 heavenly rings, other than 180,000 void coins, there were some other things, such as elixirs and treasures. There were elixirs for recovering cultivation and healing injuries. They were of good quality and were useful to Chunzong. There was also a bottle of 3 flower elixirs, which was also a surprise. As for the 9 heavens points that Slayer Killer had, Chunzong could not get them. Obviously, the 9 heavens imperial court did not allow it. Otherwise, he would only need to kill other disciples of the 9 heavens imperial court to get the 9 heavens points. Of course, it was also unknown whether the other party was a disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court, unless it was someone who knew better. Although those treasures were good, they were of no use to Chunzong. Compared to the 180,000 void coins, they were much inferior. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately went into seclusion to refine the 3 flower elixirs. This was the 3rd pot of 3 flower pills. This time, Chunzong's refining speed was even faster. In just a short day, all 10 3-flower pills were completely refined and absorbed. However, Chunzong did not come out of isolation. Instead, he continued to cultivate and took the initiative to resonate with the 3 flowers of the Supreme Realm, taking advantage of this clear opportunity that was akin to an epiphany. While Chunzong was cultivating in seclusion, the news of his battle with Slayer Kwang II was spreading like snowflakes throughout the 2nd town of World Suppression. With the 2nd town of World Suppression as the center, the news quickly spread out. The news spread at an astonishing speed across the stars. In just a few days, it had spread throughout the airspace of the 2nd town suppressing city. Almost all the forces, big and small, knew about it. Tianxin, Sword, Chunzong. After the White Yama, he was the 2nd expert to rise so quickly on the demigod list. The video of the battle between Chunzong and Slayer Kwang II also appeared on the reflection walls of many forces for them to study. However, when Slayer Kwang II performed a massacre, his murderous aura materialized and covered all directions, covering the sky and the earth. Looking at the reflection wall, it was also misty. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. If it was on the spot, the illuminating god experts would not be obstructed at all. They could see the mystery clearly. However, if it was through the reflection wall, most illuminating god experts would not be able to see anything. In the end, a faintly discernible sword light shot out. It was as if the sword was splitting the sky and the earth, splitting the area formed by the misty murderous aura. In an indiscernible instant, the sword light directly slashed through the body of demanding life-mad slaughter. It was invincible and unstoppable. However, this point could only be seen by those in the spirit realm and a very small number of people below the spirit realm. This boy is not ordinary. Let someone get in touch with him and see if he can join our sect, an elder of the Great Flame Sect said. The Great Flame Sect was an upper-level star-rank force in the 2nd town suppressing city, second only to the Chu family. It's a pity that this boy practices the sword, not the saber. The elders of the Saber Valley sighed. They could see some clues from Chunzong's sword. It was extremely brilliant. If they were to compare it to the Saber Dao, there were very few people in the younger generation of the Saber Valley who could do that. Such people were the future of a force. However, it was a pity that the Knife Valley practiced the saber, not the sword. No matter how outstanding this boy was, he was not fated to join the Knife Valley. The Knife Valley was an upper-level star-rank force, on par with the Great Flame Sect and the Chu family. They were the 3 upper-level forces in the 2nd town suppressing city. On the Chu family's main planet, there were many towering and majestic palaces. They were like undulating mountain ranges stretching for thousands of miles. It was as if a giant dragon was lying down and sleeping, giving off a natural and majestic aura. In one of the palaces, a tall figure sat. He seemed to be infinitely lofty, giving off a majestic aura that suppressed everything. Is this the boy who defeated Shan He? Reporting to the Patriarch, it's him. Send someone to get in touch with him and see if he can be used by the Chu family. If he can't be used, make arrangements as soon as possible. The voice was indifferent, containing a kind of supreme dominance. Yes, in the secret chamber of the Mountain River Palace. What? 200,000 void coins? Chu Shana's expression changed drastically. If he wanted to deal with Chunzong again, he would have to pay 200,000 void coins. His personal savings were not enough. Unless he used the capital of the Mountain River Palace, he could only give up and take back 30,000 void coins. The remaining 20,000 was the fee that the spring rain brothel asked for. The Still Wind Star was a very prosperous star in the second town-suppressing city. It did not belong to any force. Its master was a powerful spirit realm expert. Because it did not belong to any force, the Still Wind Star became the intersection of many forces. Over time, it became very prosperous. The Still Wind City was the largest and most prosperous city on the Still Wind Star. Among them, the Still Wind Palace was the most famous. The Still Wind Palace was not a sect or family. It was a collection of restaurants, inns, casinos, red houses, etc. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a money-squandering establishment. Places like the Still Wind Palace naturally had reflecting walls, and there was more than one. This time, the reflecting walls would play all kinds of interesting scenes for the people who came here to watch and enjoy. At this moment, one of the reflecting walls was playing the battle between Chun Zong and Reaper Slaughter. When Chun Zong's sword broke the murderous aura domain and killed Reaper Slaughter, many people exclaimed, "So powerful! What a brilliant sword technique! I thought he was dead for sure. I did not expect him to be able to kill Reaper Slaughter in the end. Who is this Heavenly Heart sword?" Almost all of the voices were exclaiming and praising. Just this kind of ability, is it worth shouting about? You are indeed from a small place, making a fuss about nothing. An unruly voice was heard, but it contained a shocking aura. It did not sound loud, but it suppressed the voices of the audience and entered everyone's ears. Junior sister, these people are just a group of aborigines. They're like frogs at the bottom of a well. Why bother with them? It's beneath your dignity. Another gentle voice was heard. It sounded like a spring breeze, but made people feel uncomfortable. Because that voice had a feeling of being high and mighty, it invisibly belittled everyone. Two ignorant children, empty words. If you have the guts, come and fight with me. A burly man suddenly roared, and a vigorous aura burst out. It was obvious that his cultivation was at the first level of demigod rank. In a flash, he appeared on the battle stage. He raised his finger, which was as thick as a radish, and pointed to the corner. There sat a young man and a young woman. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a sky-blue robe, with a long sword and precious jade hanging from his waist. He was very handsome, like a noble young master who came out for a walk. However, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes were distant, like a high and mighty prince. The way he looked at everyone was like looking at a group of uncivilized savages. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing a light yellow sword robe and had an indescribable beauty and liveliness. Coupled with her youthful and lively temperament, people couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. However, although she was beautiful, there was a sense of arrogance between her eyebrows. When she heard the burly man's words, she frowned slightly, appearing very impatient and disgusted. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The light yellow sword robe woman's figure flashed, and like a flash of light, she landed on the battle stage in an instant. Based on his senses, this woman's cultivation was at the first level of demigod rank. However, her movement technique gave people a feeling that it was very profound. "Take my fist." The burly man raised his fist, and the fist energy was condensed like steel. In an instant, he blasted it out. He wanted to use his fist to teach his opponent a lesson. However, seeing that his opponent was such a beautiful woman, he decided to defeat her so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. As a result, the power of this punch was restrained and weakened by a bit. A trace of contempt and disdain flashed across the woman's eyes. She didn't put on any airs, but her sword suddenly flashed, and like a bright yellow thunderbolt, it shot out. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Everyone only saw a bright yellow thunderbolt flash before their eyes. It was extremely fine, like a thunderbolt that split the sky and disappeared in a flash. While everyone was still seeing the bright yellow thunderbolt, the woman had already sheathed her sword. Her figure flashed, and she lightly and swiftly left the battle stage, returning to her original position. "Senior brother, what do you think of my sword?" The woman seemed to be acting coquettishly. "Not bad. You've already gotten 3 of its flavors." The young man seemed to have a doting look on his face as he praised her with a smile. On the battle stage, the burly man maintained his posture of punching out, but he didn't move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. "Han Lao-san, why are you still in that posture?" Suddenly, a blood-red dot bloomed between the burly man's eyebrows, and a stream of dark red blood slowly flowed down. The burly man's body swayed, and he fell forward dead. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed since the battle between Chun Zong and Slayer Slaughter. The craze caused by Chun Zong had also subsided. In the secret chamber, Chun Zong sat quietly and cultivated. In the spirit sea, the 3 flowers of energy, chi, and spirit swayed, like lotus leaves and lotus flowers swaying gently in the breeze, extremely natural. The flower of God, 80%. The flower of essence, 70%. The flower of chi, 70%. Originally, both the flower of essence and the flower of chi had broken through to 60%. After the battle with Slayer Slaughter, the flower of God had broken through, and the flower of essence and the flower of chi had been further condensed and improved. Now, under the power of the 3 flowers pill, they had entered a state of epiphany, and he took this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. Finally, the flower of essence and the flower of chi successfully broke through the limit, from 60% to 70%. In this way, Chun Zong's strength had improved several times on the original basis. With this kind of strength, he only needed to use the first layer of the extreme breaking secret technique to kill Reaper Slaughter a month ago. Chapter 1965. Second update, Salted Fish in the group, who is also a fan of Tong Shun, Free Cloud and Smoke, says that he needs the blessings of Lulu. Lulu wishes you a fish leaping over the dragon gate, practicing the emptiness dance, and turning into a dragon shaking the 9 heavens. The pitch-black warship, which looked like a heavy sword without an edge, flew rapidly in the void and left the second world suppression city. The Lin family's heavy blade. There were not many people on the heavy blade. In fact, there were very few of them. Other than the person controlling the heavy blade, there were only the Flying Snow Pavilion's master, Lin Wayne, and Chun Zong. As for Uncle Rong, who was in the Ascension realm, he stayed in the Flying Snow Pavilion. Of course, there was still a Soul Conduit realm expert on the heavy edge who was secretly keeping watch. Lin Wayne was going to bring Chun Zong to the Lin family's main planet because the Lin family's sword transformation realm was about to open. Lin Wayne asked for a slot for Chun Zong to enter the sword transformation realm because Chun Zong had won the first place for the Flying Snow Pavilion. He had won the right to mine a super resource planet for 10 years. This was a great benefit for the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin family. Regardless of whether it was due to the help of outsiders or their own abilities, in short, the Flying Snow Pavilion had won the first place for the demon-slaying trial team, while Lin Wayne was the pavilion master. They were rewarded with the right to mine a super resource planet for 10 years by the Second World Suppression City. This was a fact, and Lin Wayne had made a great contribution. With great contributions, there should be rewards. On the deck of the Heavy Vanguard, Lin Wayne held the Flying Snow sword in her hand. The sword light was like white snow fluttering in the wind. It was as if a gust of cold wind had blown past, fluttering and swaying. Its trajectory was unpredictable as it drifted towards Chun Zong. Every snowflake was condensed by the sword aura. It was highly condensed and powerful. It looked light, but it was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. Every snowflake was extremely agile under Lin Wayne's sword, like fairies. Chun Zong was surrounded by the snowflakes in an instant and had nowhere to hide. The two of them were having a basic exchange of sword skills. Although it was a basic exchange of sword skills, Lin Wayne could already integrate all the sword skills she had learned and part of the profound meaning of the wintry Flying Snow sword into an ordinary sword skill. Its power was not as strong as the wintry Flying Snow sword, but it was more profound and powerful than the basic exchange of sword skills. This also meant that Lin Wayne's swordsmanship foundation had become more solid, more perfect, and more profound. Strictly speaking, the fluttering snowflakes were a variation of the sword thread technique. After Lin Wayne comprehended the sword thread technique, she had used her own comprehension and talent to evolve it into the most suitable method for herself. Refining the sword into threads was a superb technique, but different swordsmen would condense different shapes. Lin Wayne's snowflakes were actually formed by countless tiny sword chi. Compared to before, Lin Wayne's swordsmanship had improved significantly. Chunzong, on the other hand, remained motionless. He swung his sword casually, as if there was not a trace of smoke or fire. The highly condensed snowflakes that carried a terrifying sharpness paused for a moment, and in the next breath, they all shattered into countless pieces. No matter how Lin Wayne swung her sword or attacked, she could not get within 5 feet of Chunzong. She could not even make Chunzong move his feet. When the god's flower reached 80% completion, his perception and control of his surroundings became even stronger. While Lin Wayne was improving, Chunzong's improvement would only be more obvious. If it were anyone else, they would have despaired in this situation where they had become stronger while their opponent was stronger. However, Lin Wayne did not. She was tenacious and indomitable, as if her sword was made by nature. Lin Wayne kept losing, but she kept on fighting. This reminded Chunzong of himself in the past. Therefore, he taught her even more attentively. This battle lasted for 4 hours before it ended. Lin Wayne's physical strength was almost exhausted, and she was panting heavily. On the other hand, Chunzong was calm and composed. The battle between the two was like one was constantly running at full speed, while the other was strolling leisurely. Naturally, the exhaustion of physical strength was completely different. Lin Wayne quickly sat down to recover her exhausted physical strength. Chunzong, on the other hand, stood aside and looked at the void outside the Re-Vanguard. The void was eternally unchanging, as if it would never be extinguished. In the distance, bits of starlight twinkled, blinking, and it was beautiful. Occasionally, a ray of flowing light could be seen flying past, disappearing in a flash. In an instant, endless rays of light burst forth. Those were shooting stars. The Re-Vanguard kept moving away from the second city of world suppression, heading towards the Lin family at full speed. While Lin Wayne was recovering her physical strength, Chunzong stood on the edge of the deck with his sword in hand, staring at the starry sky outside the deck. The starry sky shone. Silence, silence, silence. As Chunzong stared at the starry sky, his thoughts seemed to be drifting away, drifting further and further into the void. It was as if his entire being was about to merge into the void. Lin Wayne had just finished recuperating. She turned her beautiful eyes, which were filled with sparkling light, and looked at Chunzong. She was shocked. At this moment, Chunzong looked as if he was about to float, and there was a kind of aura that was constantly melting, as if he was about to merge into the void. He was like a deity, as if he was about to merge into the void. Such a high realm stunned Lin Wayne for a moment. "Miss, this lad is having an epiphany." A deep voice sounded directly in Lin Wayne's spirit ocean, causing her to react. Her figure flashed, and she stood aside to guard Chunzong. Even if this was the Re-Vanguard, she had to avoid any disturbances to Chunzong. Epiphany was very rare, and there was no way to find it. Some cultivators might not even have an epiphany in their lifetime, because they were not talented enough. Although there was no way to find an epiphany, one thing was certain, and that was that the more talented a cultivator was, the more likely they were to have an epiphany, and it might even happen more than once. Epiphany was an extraordinary opportunity. Every epiphany would bring about an improvement to the cultivator, whether it was a cultivation technique, martial arts, or something else. All in all, as long as it was an epiphany, it was a good thing. Interrupting someone's epiphany was no different than killing one's father. In the midst of the epiphany, Chunzong's consciousness seemed to have left his body, and floated out of the protection of the Re-Vanguard, appearing in the void. The whooshing sound was constantly heard, which originated from the wind in the void. It was called the void wind, and it was hard to hear or feel normally. It was only in this state that one could come into contact with it. Under the blow of the void wind, Chunzong felt as if his consciousness was about to be blown away. It was very dangerous. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. The void was indeed very scary. Once his consciousness was blown away by the void wind, he would very likely become a living dead. In an instant, Chunzong made a prompt decision. His consciousness moved, and he quickly rushed to the place where his body was. At the same time, not far away, a meteor burning with blazing flames flew past, and the heat hit him in the face, as if it was going to burn him. The blazing heat condensed into the void wind, causing it to become unbearably hot, as if it was going to ignite his consciousness and completely incinerate it. The light of the meteor was reflected in his consciousness, and Chunzong was immediately touched. A mysterious feeling grew in the depths of his consciousness, and then, like a flower blooming, it seemed that some kind of spirituality was ignited and detonated, and it attacked his consciousness. Following the guidance of the spirituality in the depths of his consciousness, a powerful force suddenly emerged from the depths of his consciousness and burst out. In an instant, Chunzong seemed to have turned into a meteor, bursting out with unparalleled speed, and flew through the void toward himself. Fast, extremely fast, like a meteor, and also like a burning sword light. It pierced through everything, and the void wind could not withstand it. Pierce, tear, pierce. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's consciousness directly penetrated the protective power of the Re-Vanguard and rushed straight to his spirit sea. His spirit sea was shaken, as if the wind and clouds were surging. In a blink of an eye, starlight bloomed, which was incomparably beautiful and magnificent, as if it was a part of the starry sky. However, this strange scene only lasted for a few breaths, and then vanished. Chunzong's consciousness returned to his body, and it stabilized quickly. Countless spiritual lights flashed in his spirit sea like meteors gliding through the void. This man could use his consciousness to get rid of the void wind. So powerful. The spirit realm warrior guarding the Re-Vanguard was astounded. He was a spirit realm warrior, and he had condensed the primordial spirit, so he could feel the void wind and other existences. Of course, he knew what Chunzong had just encountered. It was a crisis. To warriors under the spirit realm, this kind of crisis was almost a fatal situation. He had planned to help, but he didn't expect that Chunzong could use his own ability to get through this crisis. He guessed that he would have a big harvest. This kid's God's flower is probably at the top level. The expert who was watching over the situation in the dark guessed. Of course, he was only guessing that the flower of God was at the top level, and he didn't think that Chunzong's other flowers of the extreme were at the top level as well. After all, it was amazing that all three flowers had reached the top level. It was simply impossible, unless he was a true disciple of a great sect. He just didn't know what this man had gained from this epiphany. Only the spirit realm warrior guarding the Re-Vanguard knew that Chunzong's consciousness had returned to the spirit sea. As for Lin Wayne, her realm was not high enough, so she knew nothing. She just stood not far away, acting as Chunzong's guard. After his consciousness returned, Chunzong didn't open his eyes immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated. In the consciousness of the spirit sea, countless spiritual lights flashed through the void like meteors, burning. In an instant, they bloomed with unparalleled light and released an extremely high temperature. It was so hot that it seemed to be able to burn everything in the void. Every meteor was a kind of inspiration. They were all inspirations that evolved from the epiphany he had during the crisis just now. The inspirations bloomed like starlight, complicated and wonderful to the extreme. Unbeknownst to Chunzong, there seemed to be a little bit of starlight condensing and emerging from the chaotic Tao intent that was constantly colliding and exploding in his spirit sea. As soon as they condensed and appeared, They were immediately crushed and destroyed by the chaotic will of the way, such as the heavenly thunder, earthly fire, the astral wind, the yin-yang revolution, and so on. However, they reappeared in an instant and were in a constant cycle of birth and death. Chunzong didn't notice it because Chunzong was constantly absorbing the spiritual lights. Subconsciously, the mysteries of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword also appeared. The first level, Golden Ray, its mysteries completely emerged, and then Chunzong cracked it on a deeper level. After cracking it, he combined it further. The combination was a combination that was completely compatible with Chunzong's body. It was a kind of optimization based on his own body. Soon, the optimization of the first level of Golden Ray was completed, and the optimization of the second level of Glitter also began. Chapter 1966. Third update. Please give me some money. From the second city of world-suppressing city to the Lin family's main star, it would take about a month with the rear guard's flying speed. He had to spend this period of time on the rear guard. On the deck, Chunzong was meditating. His eyes were closed, and he was in a state of emptiness. Countless spiritual lights were bursting forth in his mind. The spiritual lights were like streaks of fiery meteors, and also like streaks of dazzling sword light. They shone in all directions and were extremely dazzling. The sword light crisscrossed and moved in an indeterminate direction. There were no signs when they appeared, and no one knew where they would land. But the mysterious thing was that as the countless sword light crisscrossed and shot, they all converged into a single point. In an instant, it was as if a star had exploded. The light seemed to be guided by an invisible but extremely powerful force and condensed into an extremely dazzling ray of light. It was extremely condensed and instantly pierced through the air, piercing through everything. At the same time, Chunzong's closed eyes opened. Two streaks of golden light were extremely dazzling. They instantly pierced through the air, as if they had pierced through the void on the deck, and went very far. He unsheathed his sword. A streak of golden sword light burst forth from the heart sword will and instantly turned into 16 extremely dazzling streaks. The first and second layers of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword shone with golden light. The two layers and the two swords evolved in an instant, and their essence gathered into one. It was a streak of sword light. It seemed to be the most dazzling and dazzling sword light in the world. As soon as it appeared, it was so dazzling that one could not look straight at it. Lin Wayne unconsciously narrowed her eyes. She only felt that her eyes were dazzled by the light, and there was a faint tingling sensation. But she still endured the discomfort caused by the tingling sensation. She stared with her eyes wide open. She instinctively felt that the sword that Chunzong was about to unleash was extremely extraordinary. Everything that happened just now, that extremely dazzling golden sword light that seemed to be the most dazzling in the world, was just a starting gesture, but it already emanated an extremely terrifying power. Lin Wayne even felt that the sword was of the same origin as the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, but it was superior to the first and second layers. After all, Lin Wayne had comprehended the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword and was very familiar with it. He drew his sword. In an instant, Chunzong swung his sword with all his might. The moment he swung his sword, the extremely dazzling light converged and became less dazzling. However, the power it contained was increasingly vigorous and terrifying. It was incomparably condensed, as if sand had transformed into steel. It also contained an indescribable heat. That heat was as high as the temperature of a meteor, and it was enough to incinerate everything. When the extreme heat and incomparably condensed power fused into one, all the light was restrained, and all the power was contained in the depths, but it was terrifying to the extreme. Return to nature. The great Tao was simple. That dark golden sword light was condensed with an ancient, profound, and boundless aura. It also carried extreme heat and extreme sharpness. Penetrate. Invincible. There was nothing it could not break. Lin Wayne subconsciously narrowed her eyes, her scalp tingling uncontrollably. It was as if she was incomparably small in front of that sword, and all her means were unable to resist it at all. Everything would be penetrated and destroyed. An ultimate sword strike. An extreme sword strike. The sword strike seemed to have exhausted all of Chunzong's power. Wherever the sword light passed, there seemed to be faint ripples spreading out from the void on the deck. The strength of the void was far greater than that of the Tianyuan sacred region. Previously, even if Chunzong used all creations, even if he used the heart refinement sword, he would not be able to create any ripples. However, the sword strike that he had unleashed with all of his power had created some ripples. Lin Wayne could not help but widen her beautiful eyes. Her red lips were slightly agape, and she looked stunned. The power of such a sword technique was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword strike was incredibly fast, and it instantly struck the cabin of the Reaper's vanguard. However, it was blocked by an invisible force. Layers of ripples spread out, and the ripples seemed to be on the verge of shattering. In an instant, there seemed to be an invisible force that appeared and shattered the sword light. It turned into a blazing light that sputtered out. In an instant, it released an astonishing amount of heat and light that shone in all directions, causing the temperature on the deck to soar by dozens of degrees. It took a long time for the temperature to return to normal. Chunzong sheathed his sword and closed his eyes again. After dozens of breaths, he opened them again. His extremely sharp aura was withdrawn in an instant, and the wind and clouds were calm. Brother Chun, that sword strike, just now, Lin Wayne could not help but say, is the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword. Chunzong replied with a smile. The third level. Lin Wayne's eyes lit up, and she asked in disbelief. She had given the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword to Chunzong. Only the first and second levels were incomplete, and it lacked the most powerful and profound third level. However, the sword strike, just now, was not the first level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, nor was it the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword. Combined with Chunzong's epiphany earlier, this could only be explained by the third level. The third level, Chunzong muttered, it should be, and it shouldn't be. The first level was the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword, which was Chunzong's opening move. Then, there were 16 rays of sword light, which was the second level of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword. After that, the 16 rays of sword light converged into one ray. The light that was released was extremely strong, as if it was the brightest and most dazzling light in the world. That was the third level. However, the epiphany this time was not so simple. It made Chunzong's foundation in the way of the sword even more solid. Moreover, with the combination of the solid foundation and the moment of epiphany, he thoroughly understood and optimized the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword from beginning to end, making it completely suitable for himself. The sword strike, just now, was the combination of the first, second, and third levels of the brilliant gold star-penetrating sword. It was a complete sword strike. There was no such thing as the first, second, and third level. There was only one sword strike. Let's name this sword strike star-penetrating, Chunzong thought to himself. Young mistress, your friend has obviously comprehended that sword technique to the extreme and grasped the profoundness. A deep voice sounded in Lin Wayne's spirit ocean. Extreme profoundness. Lin Wayne's red lips opened again, her face full of shock. As the number one genius of the Lin clan and the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Wayne's knowledge wasn't lacking. Therefore, she knew very well what extreme and profoundness represented. The three flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit were known as the flowers of extreme. They represented the condensation of a cultivator's essence, Qi, and spirit to the extreme. It was a kind of level, and a kind of realm. Of course, superpowers had their own extreme states. When one reached the extreme states, they would grasp the profoundness. Lin Wayne knew that the true power of the lesser mystique martial arts lay in the extreme state and profound meaning of the lesser mystique martial arts. However, it was almost impossible for a demigod rank to master it. At most, they would have to cultivate it to the 3rd level. Legend had it that only the top true disciples of the major sects had the chance to grasp the extreme states and profoundness of minor superpowers at the demigod level. The so-called major sects were at least star sector level forces. The difference between a star level force and a star sector level force was like a drop of water compared to a vast ocean. There was no comparison at all. Could it be that Brother Chun was comparable to the top true disciples of the major sects that dominated the void? It was simply unimaginable. Just thinking about it made her feel dizzy. Unbelievable. Chunzong actually didn't know about the extreme states and profoundness. He only felt that it was extraordinary. The star-penetrating sword was the complete condensation of the essence of the brilliant star-penetrating sword. It had reached the extreme of this minor superpower sword technique and couldn't be improved any further. The power of this sword had already surpassed the sword of heart refinement. Even if it was an illusion of all creations, it would still be impossible. The sword of heart refinement was slightly inferior and had become Chunzong's strongest sword technique. Imperceptibly, his offensive power had been further improved. Then, Lin Wayne talked about the extreme states and profoundness. Only then did Chunzong realize that he had unknowingly done another incredible thing. However, Chunzong was only slightly surprised and didn't get excited. He seemed to be used to it, which made Lin Wayne admire him even more. "Young miss, your friend has a bright future." The deep voice sounded again with a hint of surprise. If he can join a major sect in the star sector level, not only will he reach the spirit conduit realm in the future, but he will also have the chance to dominate the void. Each of the spirit realm warriors was experienced and knowledgeable. They knew more secrets of the void. Even they were astounded, which was really out of the ordinary. Lin Wayne was shocked by the evaluation of her family's eminent divinity expert, but she was secretly delighted for no reason. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed on the assault vessel. A star appeared in their line of sight. As it flickered, it was as dazzling as sword light. That was the main star of the Lin family, the Sword Ring Star. Lin Wayne had already told Chunzong the purpose of this trip in detail, so that Chunzong would know what to do. The Sword Transformation Realm. That was an important place of the Lin family. "Brother Chun, we will arrive at the Sword Ring Star in about 2 days." Chunzong stood on the deck and stared ahead. Lin Wayne stood beside him and said softly. Chunzong nodded and didn't say anything. He wasn't a person good with words. Lin Wayne didn't say anything either. This kind of silence didn't make people feel awkward. On the deck, 2 sword lights crossed each other. It was Chunzong and Lin Wayne fighting with swordsmanship as the foundation. But this time, Lin Wayne integrated the mystery of the wintry flying snow sword, while Chunzong integrated the mystery of the brilliant gold star sword. Lin Wayne felt that Chunzong was definitely not inferior to the top true inheritors of the great sects in the star domain. This was because he had not only comprehended and mastered the ultimate profoundness of the lesser mystic sword technique, but he had also perfected the lesser mystic sword technique from an incomplete one to a complete one. It should be known that almost every complete lesser divine sword art was created by a true spirit conduit realm expert. Chunzong was only at the first stage of the demigod realm, but he could do some things that only spirit conduit realm experts could do. This battle was the last time Chunzong and Lin Wayne fought on the assault vessel. In the past month, the two had fought no less than 10 battles. Lin Wayne had gained a lot. She felt that she wasn't far from the 3rd stage of the wintry, flying snow sword art. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she successfully broke through. Chapter 1967. First update. Our ranking has been dropping from 7th to 10th. It's dangerous. Little rice dumpling is about to cry. The Lin family was one of the 4 mid-rank star-level forces in the airspace of the city of World Suppression No. 2. It was a family of swordsmanship, which had passed down swordsmanship and swordsmanship from generation to generation. Almost every generation had a certain degree of talent in swordsmanship. As a mid-rank star-level force, the Lin family ruled not only one star, but as many as 9. The Sword Ring star was where the Lin family was located. It was also the main star. When the assault ship approached the Sword Ring star, Chunzong, who was standing at the bow of the ship, was slightly stunned. His pupils dilated in an instant, and he looked very surprised. The Sword Ring star was a huge star. As it rotated slowly, it also seemed to be revolving around a fixed star. This was a very normal phenomenon. What surprised Chunzong was the light surrounding the Sword Ring star. That was a star ring. Only a powerful star would be surrounded by a star ring, which was like a layer of protection. However, a star ring was just a name, and each star had different forms. Some stars had star rings, which were meteorite belts. Some stars had star rings, which were astral winds. The star ring of the Sword Ring star was also unique. It was sword light. It was as if a majestic and mighty sword light had turned into a long river, circling around the Sword Ring star, surging endlessly and endlessly. From a sword light star ring, Chunzong could clearly feel the strong power contained in it. It was the power of the sword. It seemed that once it broke out and attacked a certain place, it would destroy everything. The sword light was a single entity that was indestructible and could be used for both offense and defense. However, with Chunzong's powerful perception, he could feel that the sword light was formed from strands of sword chi. Just how many sword chis were there that could encircle a star? It was unimaginable. Just thinking about it made Chunzong's scalp tingle, because even if he used all his strength to stimulate the sword chi, even if he spent tens of thousands of years, he could not form such an amazing sword light star ring. It was even less than 1%. No, it might not be 1%, but not even 1,000th or even 10,000th. In fact, he might never be able to reach that level. The power contained in each of the sword chi was countless times greater than his. It was a qualitative change on a whole new level. This is our Lin family's star-protecting sword array. Lin Wayne's voice sounded in Chunzong's ears, and there seemed to be a sense of pride in her voice. This formation is called the Endless Sword Formation of the Great Heavens. It was set up by the ancestor of the Lin clan with all his might. However, when it was first laid down, it was only in its embryonic form. After that, every generation of the Lin clan would inject sword chi into it after they had mastered it. Over the years, the endless sword formation of the great heavens grew stronger and stronger. These are considered secrets, but they were not particularly big secrets. Usually, they would not be told to outsiders, but Lin Wayne did not hesitate to tell Chunzong. Of course, even if Chunzong knew what kind of sword formation it was and how it was formed, he had no idea. There was nothing he could do about it. The endless sword formation of the great heavens has endless sword chi. It can defend against the ring sword star. Even eminent god experts cannot force their way in. Once it is turned into an attack, it can shatter the star. Lin Wayne's words shocked Chunzong. Shatter the star. How large and sturdy was a star? A single strike was able to shatter a star. How terrifying was that power? It was simply unimaginable. It was completely beyond his current level by many times. Can eminent god experts shatter a star? Chunzong asked rhetorically. In the Tianyuan sacred domain, when the Purgatory Ghost Clan invaded, the Supreme Saint experts did not make a move. Chunzong guessed that one reason was that the Purgatory Ghost Clan was huge and powerful. Once a Supreme Saint expert made a move, it would not be a simple move. They would need to use their full strength. Therefore, the profound realm could not bear it. Think about it. Before the will of the world awakened, a 9-star battle strength was enough to tear the void. A demigod could break the void, and a powerful demigod could completely shatter the void. When a Supreme Saint expert made a move, wouldn't the world collapse? Another reason was that after the will of the world awakened, the will of the world might not allow a Supreme Saint expert to make a move. Otherwise, it would be better to be injured than to recover. A Supreme Saint expert could cause great damage to the profound realm and even destroy it. Although Chunzong had not seen this before, he did not doubt it. However, a single star was many times larger than the ultimate profundity realm. Even the entire Tianyuan sacred region was not as large as a single star. It was certain that a supreme saint expert in the Tianyuan sacred domain could not shatter a star with a single strike. Then what about an imminent god expert? It is said that a powerful imminent god expert can do it. Lin Wayne was not very sure, because the information about the imminent god expert was very mysterious. If one did not reach the imminent god realm, it would only be harmful. Shenzong did not ask any more questions. The rear guard was the Lin family's warship, but it could not directly pass through the endless sword formation. It had to be tested. After passing the test, it could continue forward. After entering the star ring, the rear guard speed began to slow down. When it entered the Yuan Qi layer of the sword ring star, its speed dropped even further. According to Lin Wayne, the sword ring star was the main star of the Lin family. On the sword ring star, there was only the Lin family. There were no other powerful forces. Of course, the sword ring star was huge. In the void, it was considered a mid-level star. If there were only the Lin family on such a huge star, it would be too desolate. The so-called no other powerful forces refer to the forces that could enter the void. The Lin family was the ruler of the sword ring star, the most powerful force. The other forces were small forces without any imminent god experts. The strongest was only at the demigod level. To some extent, the various forces on the sword ring star were the talent training bases of the Lin family. Every few years, the Lin family would hold a sword down meet. It would last for a few months and allow the genius disciples of various forces to compete with each other. Through the selection process, they would eventually select the most outstanding few and bring them into the Lin family to become the main or branch of the Lin family. Perhaps because of the countless years of indoctrination, every person on the sword ring star regarded it as the highest honor to be accepted into the Lin family. For any force on the sword ring star, the Lin family was the Holy Land. A mid-level star was ruled by the Lin family. Most of the geniuses were born in the Lin family. However, there would occasionally be peerless geniuses outside the Lin family. In this way, the Lin family's own birth and recruitment from outside the family ensured its everlasting prosperity. Along the way, Lin Wayne also introduced the situation of the Lin family to Shenzong. One main and 9 branches. In other words, the Lin family had one main branch and 9 branches. The main branch was also the branch of the head of the family. The branches were secretly led by the Great Elder. The competition between the head of the family and the Great Elder was actually a competition between the main branch and the branches. This was a competition for power within the family. Shenzong was not interested in it all. Lin Wayne seemed to know that Shenzong was not interested. Therefore, she did not say much and only gave a simple introduction. The main point of the introduction was this sword transformation realm. However, the sword transformation realm had not been opened yet. It would take some time. The Lin family was very imposing. The palace was located among the mountains. It was majestic and majestic. The sharpness of swords was everywhere. It looked like a holy land of swordsmanship. Compared to any sect Shenzong had seen before, it was more magnificent and imposing. The sects in the Tianyuan sacred region could not be compared at all. Here, Shenzong could feel a strong aura of swordsmanship. It was a kind of sword culture, a kind of sword foundation, and a kind of sword precipitation. For people who practice swordsmanship, there would be obvious improvement in their swordsmanship if they cultivated in such a place. The Lin family was indeed extraordinary to be able to control 1 mid-level star and 8 low-level stars, and become one of the 4 mid-level star-level forces in the airspace of the second city of Suppressing World. Just the scale of the palace in front of him made Shenzong realize that there was a gap between entering the void and not. Without entering the void and becoming a star-level force, it was still too weak after all. Shenzong and Lin Wayne landed on the ancient bluestone steps. There was green grass beside them. In the distance, there was no end to it. It was a beautiful sight. Mississippi misses back. She hasn't been back for a few years. When the Lin family saw Lin Wayne, they were all excited. Who's that man? He's walking side by side with Mississippi. She doesn't seem to be against it at all. Is he going to be our son-in-law? A servant girl was secretly discussing and secretly sizing up Chunzong. They all knew about Mrs. Temper. They had never seen a young man walking side by side with Miss and being so close to her. This was the first one, and it made them curious. Not only were the servant girls curious, but so were the servants, the guards, and the housekeeper. In short, they were all curious because it was new. Even the eldest grandson of the great elder, Lin Zhenglong, couldn't get so close to Lin Wayne. With so many gazes, Lin Wayne's cheeks blushed slightly. However, Chunzong looked calm, as if he didn't notice. "Sister, you're back." After receiving the news, Lin Weihan rushed out immediately. When she saw Chunzong, she smiled. "Brother Chun, you're here too." Since he was here as a guest, Chunzong naturally had to greet the current head of the Lin family, Lin Chongkong. He was the acting head of the Lin family, Lin Wayne's father, a demigod-level master. The head of the family was Lin Wayne's grandfather. However, he had gradually delegated his power and rarely interfered with the family's affairs. Unless it was a big matter, he would let his son, Lin Chongkong, handle it. Because eminent god-level masters all hoped to improve, they spent most of their time and energy on cultivation and improving themselves as much as possible. Lin Chongkong was a gentle-looking middle-aged man with a smile on his face. He didn't seem to have the dignity of a head of the family. However, no matter how hard he tried to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it completely. Mother Lin looked at him as if he was her son-in-law. Although Chunzong's expression didn't change, he was secretly having a headache. He didn't have that kind of feeling towards Lin Wayne. Chapter 1968. Second update. Chunzong couldn't bear the passion in his mother-in-law's eyes when she looked at her son-in-law. "This child still doesn't understand what I mean." Mother Lin sighed as she looked at Chunzong, who was running away in a hurry. She didn't really like Chunzong, but she felt that this child looked good, much better than those fake ones. In addition, Lin Wayne never got close to other young men, which worried Mother Lin a lot. Now, she actually took the initiative to bring a young man home, and she didn't seem to reject him at all. Moreover, she seemed to have some feelings for him. Mother Lin was, of course, overjoyed. As long as the child's nature wasn't bad, it was fine. As for talent, it didn't matter. Anyway, the Lin family was so powerful that it didn't matter if there was one more genius or one less genius. The children and grandchildren will have their own fortune. As Lin Chongkong listened to Mother Lin's nagging, he couldn't help but smile. However, he had a calm and composed look on his face. In his opinion, cultivation and strength were more important. Only with sufficient cultivation and strength could one be free and do what one wanted. As for life partners, one couldn't be careless. "My mother must have scared you." Lin Wayne smiled. Very passionate. Chunzong also smiled. "I'll bring you to the Lin family screen wall." Lin Wayne changed the topic because she could tell from Chunzong's reaction that Chunzong didn't want to continue the topic. She was a little disappointed, but she still changed the topic. Screen wall. Chunzong didn't understand. The full name of the screen wall is the Sword Aura Screen Wall. It's considered a treasure of the Lin family. 4 generations, anyone who had some achievements in swordsmanship would leave a mark on the screen wall. At the same time, they could also comprehend the sword marks on the screen wall and feel the sword will contained in them. Lin Wayne smiled slightly, which made some passers-by fall into a daze. Lin Wayne was very beautiful when she didn't smile, but she was even more beautiful when she smiled. The Sword Aura Screen Wall was a jade wall, which could also be called a mountain wall. It was like a hill that was hundreds of meters high, had been split in half by a sword, with half removed and the other half left behind. The wall was like a mirror, reflecting light. Apart from the Lin family, all visitors would also leave their mark on the screen wall upon request. It was not necessarily a sword mark. Although the Lin family was a family of swordsmen, there were still many people who understood the principle of returning to the origin. Other martial arts could also be used to verify the sword Dao. Only by going through a myriad of trials and tribulations could one's sword Dao shine brightly. The sharpness of a treasured sword has to be sharpened. According to the rules of the Lin family, Chunzong was a guest. Of course, he had to leave a mark on the sword chi wall. Those who practiced swordsmanship would leave a mark. Of course, that was only a form of address. The traces were just the surface, but the true intent was the will within, which was sword intent. Its eldest miss, the first miss actually came, is that the eldest daughter of our Lin family. There were many people standing in front of the sword chi wall. They were all young men and women. When they saw Lin Weiyin, they were all very excited. Lin Weiyin was the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Lin clan. She was also the pavilion master of the Flying Snow Pavilion and was in charge of the Flying Snow Pavilion. It was said that the Flying Snow Pavilion had suppressed the other forces this time and was ranked first, far surpassing the previous time. All of this was the credit of the first Mississippi. She was fully deserving of the title of God's favored daughter. In the hearts of every disciple of the Lin family, the first Miss was fully deserving of the title of number one among the younger generation of the Lin family. Even many of the older generation could not compare to her. Among these people, a small number of them were the winners of the sword combat competition this time. They were considered the most outstanding candidates of the Lin family on the ring sword planet. When they entered the Lin family, they heard all kinds of information about how outstanding the first Miss was. Naturally, they were very curious about the first Miss of the Lin family, Lin Weiyin. Now that they finally saw her in person, they could not help but take a few more glances. At first glance, they felt that she was very beautiful and could not help but take a few more glances. In the face of everyone's warm greetings, Lin Weiyin nodded politely, but did not respond enthusiastically. So far, other than her immediate family members, Lin Weiyin had not been warm to any young man of the same age. Well, except for Chunzong. She saw him in a new light and favored him greatly. Along the way, Lin Weiyin had already told Chunzong about the Lin family's sword chi reflection wall. Therefore, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of this reflection wall. The reflection wall, which was hundreds of meters in size, stood erect halfway up the mountain. Its surface was smooth and reflected the shadows of people, as well as the mountains and rivers in the distance. It looked like a miniature version of heaven and earth. A few years ago, I had already left a mark on the reflection wall. Lin Weiyin smiled at Chunzong. That smile was not obvious and was faint, but it had the beauty of snow lotus blooming at the top of a snowy mountain. It was cold and lonely, and it penetrated one's heart. Anyone who saw this smile could not help but shudder. It was not out of fear, but an indescribable, refreshing feeling that emerged from the depths of one's heart. It was like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup on a hot summer day. It refreshed one's heart and mind. One's whole body felt comfortable. A few years ago, when I left a mark on the reflection wall, I chose 5 people's will to study. With Brother Chen's ability, there will only be more, Lin Weiyin said with a smile. I'll try. Chunzong also smiled. Leaving a mark on the reflection wall was an exception and a rule. Normally, before leaving a mark, one would first choose some marks left behind by the predecessors to study. Studying the marks was equivalent to comprehending the martial will contained in them. However, those martial wills were comprehended by others and contained the will of others. When comprehending, one had to be careful not to be affected by the will. Instead, one had to fully comprehend it, absorb its essence, and integrate it into one's own body to perfect and strengthen one's own martial will. Therefore, there was a limit to comprehending. If one went beyond one's own limit to comprehend, one might be affected by the will of others. Not only would one not be able to perfect and strengthen oneself, but it would also leave behind flaws, making it difficult for one to progress further. Normally, cultivators could only choose 2 martial wills to comprehend on the reflection wall. Geniuses could choose 3 martial wills, and the more powerful ones could choose 4. For Lin Weiyin to be able to choose 5 martial wills, it was obviously very extraordinary. One should know that Lin Zhenglong could only choose 4 martial wills to comprehend. It was because of this that Lin Wayne became the #1 genius of this generation of the Lin family. She was not inferior to the #1 geniuses of the previous generations. If Lin Wayne were to grow up, the Lin family might have another imminent god elite a few years later. For forces that could enter the void, the imminent god elite was the Real Foundation. It was the foundation of the force's longevity. Of course, it could not only be the imminent god elite. It also needed a sufficient number of juniors, especially geniuses. Otherwise, there would be a shortage of juniors. Everyone was very curious about the young man that Lin Wayne had brought back. They sized him up and scrutinized him. Chunzong stood in front of the reflection wall. The reflection wall that was as smooth as a mirror reflected Chunzong's figure. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was branded. His consciousness moved and immediately entered the reflection wall. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his consciousness was shuttling through time and space, constantly flying forward. The clouds were light and the wind was light, but also dark and deep. Countless specks of starlight. There was a majestic and magnificent sight. It was majestic, profound, and boundless. Starry sky. This was a starry sky. The starry sky was boundless, and the stars shone brightly. Every shining starlight had a different color and aura. After sensing it carefully, Chunzong realized that it was not starlight at all. It was like starlight. Its essence was martial will. It was the condensation of martial will that had turned into starlight. Under his perception, the starlight in the surroundings seemed to be magnified. The one on the upper left was a ball of fire that was burning fiercely. It was emitting a shockingly high temperature, as if it could burn everything. It was orange-red in color, and the temperature was shocking. It was obviously a martial will that leaned towards fire. On the other hand, the one on the lower left was heavy and steady. It floated motionlessly like a mountain, exuding a majestic aura that could suppress the void. The one on the front was actually a martial will that was shining with silver divine light. It was shaped like a blade. It was obviously a blade intent that was extremely sharp and unfathomable. With a glance, starlight flashed. It was either near or far. They were all manifestations of martial will. Chunzong released his divine sense and spread it continuously in this part of the starry sky. It was as if it had spread endlessly and covered the entire starry sky. All the shining starlight seemed to be covered by his divine sense. There were many, many thousands of them. This was the accumulation of many years. Not everyone could leave a mark on the wall. Under the perception of his divine sense, the starlight formed by martial will flashed continuously, emitting waves of aura of different strength. The bigger the starlight, the stronger the waves of aura. Conversely, the weaker the waves were. From this, it could be seen which martial wills were more powerful and which were more ordinary. Chunzong did not know how many starlight formed by martial will he could comprehend. Then, he would start from the more powerful ones. Because the more powerful the martial will was, the more profound the mysteries it contained. With a glance, Chunzong chose the first starlight formed by martial will. It was a starlight formed by martial will with a golden blade shadow in the middle. It was one of the top few among the thousands of starlight formed by martial will. This was the will of the blade Tao. The way of the blade and the sword could directly reflect each other. Chunzong focused his divine sense and rushed toward the starlight formed by the will of the blade Tao. In an instant, the starlight shone brightly. My blade can cut through strong and sharp objects. It can cut through the stars and break the moon. It is unparalleled in the world. A vast voice filled with shocking sharpness seemed to ring out from the depths of the ancient times. In just an instant, it surged like thunder and directly charged over, as if it had exploded in the depths of Chunzong's consciousness, vast and mighty. In an instant, an extremely tyrannical and incomparably sharp saber, intent, exploded like a star. A wisp of golden saber light, suffused with extreme sharpness, seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. It was as if there was nothing it couldn't break through in the air. This blade seemed to want to cut Chunzong into pieces. Qinzong's consciousness did not move. Facing this blade, he only stared at it. He had no intention of dodging. It was an extraordinary blade. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist or block it. Everything would be torn apart by this blade. Chapter 1969. Third update. The saber light continued to attack, as if it would not stop until it had destroyed Qinzong's consciousness. I see. Qinzong was enlightened. He understood the profundity of the will contained in the saber. The first step was to choose, the second step was to comprehend, and the third step was to break through. There was no movement, but with a flash of sword light, the saber light was shattered. Everything disappeared and returned to the starry sky. Soon, Qinzong chose the second martial will. It was a palm print. The palm print was powerful, suppressing heaven and earth. It was unparalleled. The palm struck down from the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. If he could not withstand it, his martial will would be damaged. It would be detrimental to his future cultivation. However, although this martial will was very strong, it was nothing to Qinzong. Break through. Break it with a sword. The finger force could not do anything to Qinzong. Break it with a sword. A kick stirred up the wind and clouds, sweeping across heaven and earth. The whirlwind tower was also broken by Qinzong's sword. Sun, moon, lightning, mountain, torrent, all of them were broken with a sword. One martial will, two martial wills, three martial wills. Soon, Qinzong had comprehended more than 5 martial wills, 6 martial wills, and 7 martial wills. It had completely surpassed the Lin family's record. 8 martial wills break. 9 martial wills break. I can still comprehend one more, Qinzong thought. This was a feeling that came from the depths of his consciousness. Comprehending 10 martial wills was his current limit. Lin Wayne had comprehended 5 martial wills, while Qinzong had comprehended 10. It sounded like a difference of 2 times, but it was not. Every additional type of martial will was a great improvement. Hence, the difference between comprehending 10 types of martial wills and comprehending 5 types of martial wills was at least several times greater. Moreover, the martial wills that Qinzong had chosen were all top-notch. The gap between them was even greater. Qinzong chose the Sword Dao as his 10th martial will. Among the thousands of martial wills, the will of the sword was the most in number. After all, the majority of the martial wills were imprinted by the Lin clan, and the Lin clan was a family of swordsmen. For the last one, Qinzong had to choose one among the thousands of sword wills. The brightest and most resplendent one was like the great sun, the heavenly might descending upon the world. It was the most powerful. However, Qinzong's gaze fell on a dim sword light not far away. As soon as he touched it, Qinzong felt that it contained an extremely shocking sword principle will. It was definitely not inferior to the sword radiance that was as bright as the sun. In fact, it was even slightly superior. It seemed that the saying that the bigger, the stronger, the more powerful. There are always exceptions. Then, he would comprehend this will of Sword Dao. He focused his consciousness and entered it. In an instant, there was darkness. Then, the sword radiance suddenly appeared from the void. It was like a sharp sword in the sky that tore through the darkness and turned into a figure. At the same time, the surroundings retreated and turned into a beautiful landscape. Qinzong's expression changed slightly. The figure that appeared in front of him was Lin Wayne's father, Lin Changkong. Lin Changkong's eyes were indifferent. He stared at Qinzong as if he was a god looking down on him. He did not recognize Qinzong. After all, this was just a manifestation of the will of the sword. Even if Lin Wayne appeared, he would not recognize her. My sword can cut through the air. Lin Changkong seemed to be talking to himself. He muttered in a low voice. A long sword was condensed in his hand. The long sword was overflowing with colorful lights. My sword chi is endless and boundless, vast and mighty. His voice changed from a low murmur to a loud and sonorous voice that pierced through the clouds. Lin Changkong raised his sword, and with a boom, the pavilion behind him, as well as the mountains and rivers in the distance, began to shake violently, as if they had transformed into streaks of astonishing sword chi, erupting with boundless power. He was like a sword, the pavilion was like a sword, the water was like a sword, and the mountains were like a sword. Immediately, even the ground beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a sword. The sky above his head also seemed to have turned into a sword. Sword chi filled the space between heaven and earth. Everything had turned into swords and sword chi. It was like chaos. All the sword chi surged with Lin Changkong's sword without any pattern. However, Chunzong could feel that the countless sword chi were directed at him. Everything could be a sword. This was Lin Changkong's will of the sword. 10,000 swords. Sword will of all creation. Sword will of heaven and earth. To turn everything into sword chi. Indeed, this was a very advanced will of the sword. In an instant, Chunzong was drowned in the endless sword chi. When Chunzong first saw Lin Changkong, he could only be sure that Lin Changkong was a demigod expert. However, he could not tell how strong Lin Changkong was. He could only find out after they fought. However, from the will of the sword, Chunzong could make some deductions. This will of the sword was left behind by Lin Changkong. If there were no accidents, Lin Changkong would be even stronger now. Chunzong had a feeling that Lin Changkong's strength was definitely much stronger than Slayer, who had died under his sword. However, it was hard to say how much stronger Lin Changkong was. However, Lin Changkong did not seem to be on the demigod list. This meant that not all demigod experts would be on the demigod list. Perhaps there were some other reasons. Of course, being able to be on the demigod list was a proof of one's strength. It only meant that there were more experts in the void than one could imagine. Under the endless sword chi, Chunzong felt as if he was about to be crushed, but at the same time he was not crushed. In an instant, a dark golden sword light suddenly lit up, piercing through the sky. Everywhere it passed, all the sword chi was destroyed. In an instant, it melted into nothingness like incinerated snow. Star Piercer. This sword radiance was Chunzong's most powerful move. The will of the sword was extremely powerful. When the sword radiance was unleashed, it pierced through everything. The high temperature it contained seemed to be able to burn everything. All the sword chi was crushed and dissipated. Lin Changkong's figure was also destroyed. Brilliant! Chunzong could not help but exclaim as he comprehended Lin Changkong's will of the sword. Next, it was time for him to leave behind his will of the sword. Then, he would leave behind the sword will of the Star Piercer. The sword pierced through the sky and pierced through the stars. In an instant, the entire starry sky shook. Thousands of stars flickered and flickered continuously. The sword will of the sword was like a king, causing thousands of sword wills to submit to it. The Star Piercer was the pinnacle of the lesser mystique sword technique. However, it did not exist here. It was the strongest. There was an undetectable sword mark on the wall. Lin Wayne, who had been paying attention, smiled. Let's go. Chunzong's consciousness returned to his body and smiled at Lin Wayne. Brother Chun, how many martial wills have you comprehended? Lin Wayne could not hold back her curiosity and asked. 10. Chunzong's reply was only one word. However, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lin Wayne's ears. It shocked Lin Wayne and made her feel dizzy. 10 martial wills. Comprehending 10 martial wills. As far as she knew, the highest record of comprehending martial wills in the Lin family was only 6. The difference between one more and one less was very significant. It was said that there was once a direct disciple of a galaxy-level force who came here to seek Tao. However, he only comprehended 6 martial wills. As expected, Brother Chin's talent was not something that a direct disciple of a galaxy-level force could compare to. Only a direct disciple of a galaxy-level force could compare to him. In the following days, Chunzong naturally stayed in the Lin family and waited for the opening of the sword transformation realm. The Lin family already knew about Chunzong's contribution to the Flying Snow Pavilion. Moreover, this time, the Great Elders faction did not perform well and did not have any right to speak. Therefore, it was already certain that Chunzong would have a spot. Behind the Lin family's residence was a large snowy mountain and a snowfield that belonged to the Lin family alone. This was because the sword Dao that the Lin family practiced was related to the cold. Lin Wayne returned from the snowy mountain and brought some things with her to Chun Zong's temporary residence. Brother Chun, these are the 3 flower pills. Lin Wayne took out 2 bottles of 3 flower pills and handed them to Chun Zong. Chun Zong was overjoyed. However, he did not decline and accepted them. He needed them. After chatting for a while, Lin Wayne took her leave. Chun Zong began to refine the 3 flower pills in seclusion. Before this, he had refined 3 bottles of 3 flower pills. He did not know if his limit was 4 or 5 bottles. He would know after refining 1 bottle. Currently, the flower of God was 80%, while the flower of essence and flower of qi were 70%. He began refining. After refining a bottle of 3 flower pills, the flower of God was still 80%, while the flower of essence and flower of qi were still 70%. Although there was no breakthrough, Chun Zong could still feel that there was an improvement. However, the more he refined, the worse the effect would be. However, he had not reached his limit yet. He continued refining the 5th bottle. In less than half a day, Chun Zong successfully refined the 5th bottle of 3 flower pills. The flower of God, flower of essence, and flower of qi swayed and resonated with each other. Light bloomed and spread in all directions. Breakthrough. The 3 flower was condensed to the extreme and had another breakthrough. The flower of God broke through from 80% to 90%. The flower of essence and flower of qi broke through from 70% to 80%. Chun Zong could clearly feel that his strength had increased. The 3 flower was the representation of essence, qi, and spirit. It was also a kind of condensation and condensation of one's strength. The stronger the 3 flower, the stronger the essence, qi, and spirit, and the stronger the strength that one could exert. It was not easy to raise the 3 flower to the top level by 10%. He was closer to perfection. He was able to raise the level not only because of the 2 bottles of 3 flower pills, but also because of the resonance of the 3 flower during this period. He could not do without either. I only hope that this trip to the sword transformation realm can raise the 3 flower of essence, qi, and spirit to 100%, Chun Zong said to himself. Lin Wayne told Chun Zong that the sword transformation realm could help condense the 3 flower. Chun Zong also came with anticipation. At the same time, a 100-meter-long spaceship was flying through the void at an astonishing speed toward the Lin family's sword ring planet. There were only 2 people on the 100-meter-long sword-shaped spaceship. A young man and a young woman. The man was dressed in a sky-blue robe with a long sword and precious jade hanging from his waist. The woman was dressed in a light yellow sword robe. She had bright eyes and white teeth, but there was a kind of arrogance between her eyebrows. Senior brother, is the Lin family's sword transformation realm really useful to us? The woman asked doubtfully. Chapter 1970. Part 1. High above, clear blue skies and white clouds. The Freezing Sky Sword Academy was one of the courtyards of the Lin family. It was also one of the best courtyards and was used to entertain guests. In the courtyard, Chun Zong held his sword and pointed it between his eyebrows. His eyes were closed, and his aura was integrated, circulating between him and the sword. Now he had condensed the flower of God in the essence, qi, and spirit realm to 90%, and the flower of essence and flower of qi to 80%. If he wanted to further condense them, he would need to either have the right opportunity or spend a lot of time and energy. Chun Zong estimated that it would take him about a year to condense the flower of essence and flower of qi to 90%. As for the flower of God, it would take him about 2 years to condense it from 90%. This speed was considered fast compared to most geniuses. After all, he was cultivating on his own. Of course, if he had the right opportunity, it would be a different story. It was fast, but Chun Zong still thought it was too slow. He would miss the divine weapon secret realm. He only hoped that the Lin family's sword transformation realm could help him condense the three flowers to 100%. Chunzong had been standing for a whole day, holding his sword, but he didn't feel tired at all. The flow of power and the harmony of qi were wonderful. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt full of vitality and endless power. It was as if he could stand until the end of time. The cultivation of the three flowers had reached a small bottleneck. He could only slowly improve through resonance. In terms of swordsmanship, he had also reached a bottleneck. It would be difficult to improve further. He would either need the right opportunity or painstaking effort. The only thing he could improve now was to explore the potential of the heart sword will. As a supreme sword will, the potential of the heart sword will was amazing. Chunzong hadn't fully explored it yet. He only felt that the more he explored, the deeper it became. As for the chaotic yin and yang, wind, fire, and thunder will, they were full of destructive power. Even Chunzong's divine sense couldn't enter. He didn't know when it would end. Unfortunately, if he had more time to comprehend the origin of the world, he might have been able to complete the evolution. The will of the world was too stingy. Chunzong muttered to himself, if the will of the Tianyuan sacred realm knew about this, it would probably vomit blood in anger. The potential of the heart sword intent was also very difficult to excavate. It could only be excavated bit by bit. In outer space, a 100-meter-long sword-shaped spaceship was rapidly approaching. It stopped in front of the Sword Ring Star's great heavenly cycle endless sword formation, waiting to be tested. How bold of you! You even dare to treat us with such disrespect. The yellow-robed woman's face was filled with displeasure. Junior sister, we came here rashly. This is what we should do. The man in the sky-blue robe said with a smile. No one could tell what he was thinking. Then, the man looked at the endless sword light and secretly nodded with a smile. The Lin family's great heavenly cycle endless sword formation is quite something. It's just a star rank force. How good can it be? The woman in yellow said disdainfully. Compared to our Yuan sex formation, it's like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Ha! Junior sister, the Lin family is only a mid-tier star rank force. Our unitary sect is a nebula-level force. We can't be compared. The man laughed. Soon, they passed the test. The 100-meter-long spaceship passed through the formation and quickly flew towards Sword Ring Star. It then slowed down and landed. Two true disciples of the unitary sect have arrived. Lin Chankong's face was cold. His fingers gently tapped the back of his chair as he muttered to himself. On both sides of the seat were the elders of the Lin family. All of them were demigod realm experts. As for the great elder and the patriarch, they were eminent realm experts. Normally, they wouldn't show up. In my opinion, the unitary sect's true disciples are most likely here for the swordsmanship boundary. One of the elders muttered. The swordsmanship boundary was about to open, but the unitary sect had sent people here. If it wasn't for the swordsmanship boundary, then what was it for? The other elders also expressed their agreement. Let's welcome them. Lin Chankong said. The identity of a true disciple of the unitary sect was terrifying, at least for them. The Lin family was strong, but that was only relative. Compared to the unitary sect, the Lin family was like an ant. It should be known that the unitary sect ruled the unitary star system. There were thousands of stars in the unitary star system. The Lin family only occupied 9 of them. The difference in strength was more than 100 times. If it was just an ordinary disciple of the unitary sect, the Lin family could ignore them and deal with them casually. However, it was different for a true disciple. They represented the face of a sect. If they disrespected the 2 true disciples of the unitary sect, it would be equivalent to not giving face to the unitary sect. They might even secretly trip them up. In short, they couldn't be negligent. They had to welcome them with great fanfare. They had to give them enough face. Therefore, when the 100-meter-long spaceship landed, they saw more than a dozen people below. They were all from the Lin family. It was the patriarch, Lin Chankong, and a group of elders. As expected of a galactic force, even a true disciple has a private spaceship. An elder sighed. He was an elder of the Lin family, but he didn't have a private spaceship. It was very expensive. Even the lowest grade of private spaceship would cost millions of void coins. The Lin family only had a single spaceship called the Heavy Vanguard. Back then, the Lin family had spent quite a bit of their savings to purchase the Heavy Vanguard. The spaceship stopped, and two young figures jumped out of the spaceship. Are you two true disciples of the Unitary sect? Lin Chankong was the first to speak with a smile. He gave off a refreshing feeling. Mu Yu, a true disciple of the Unitary sect, greets Patriarch Lin. The man smiled and cupped his fists. This is my junior sister, Xiao Xiao, a true disciple of the Unitary sect. Compared to Mu Yu, Xiao Xiao just nodded slightly. She seemed very impolite. To be honest, she felt that she was superior from the bottom of her heart. At least, she was superior to everyone present. Since she was superior, nodding was already giving face. Lin Chankong and a group of elders didn't care. It was useless to care. Oblique wind and drizzle need not return. So you're the famous Drizzle Sword. Lin Chankong returned the greeting. Drizzle Sword was Mu Yu's title. Of course, not everyone knew about Drizzle Sword's title. Only those with sufficient status would know. After all, the Unitary Star System wasn't small. Soon, Mu Yu and Xiao Xiao were arranged to stay at the Ling Snow Sword School and the Flying Frost Sword School. They were the top schools of the Lin family. Then, it was time to host a banquet. Regardless of their purpose in coming here, since they didn't harbor any hostility, it was necessary to treat them well and give them enough face. Since it was a banquet for the two true disciples of the Unitary sect, all the important members of the Lin family would be present. Lin Wayne and her sister, and even Lin Zhonglong and his brother were present. The sword transformation realm was about to open, and Lin Zhonglong and his brother had a spot. Chunzong was a guest. He had contributed greatly to the Flying Snow Pavilion, and to a certain extent, the Leaf family was indebted to him. Chunzong came because Lin Wayne personally invited him. Secondly, he wanted to see how the true disciples of the Nebula-level forces were like. Seeing Chunzong, Lin Zhonglong and his brother's faces darkened. They were very unhappy. It was because of this person that they lost face. After returning, they were even scolded. Then, Lin Zhonglong's eyes turned slightly and glanced at the handsome man not far away. Mu Yu. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. As soon as Lin Wayne appeared, Mu Yu's eyes lit up. I've heard that the Lin family has a pearl. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Mu Yu looked at Lin Wayne generously and praised her. Yin Xiaoxiao snorted discontentedly and looked at Lin Wayne with disdain. You flatter me, Lin Wayne replied generously, but there was no smile on her face. She was just cold. What do you mean? It's rare for my senior brother to praise someone in person. How can you respond like this? Aren't you too full of yourself? Yin Xiaoxiao exploded. True disciple Yin, my daughter is cold and has always been like this. Please don't take offense, Lin Chankong quickly said with a smile. Junior sister, calm down. Mu Yu gently rubbed Yin Xiaoxiao's head as if she was a pet cat. Yin Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and seemed to enjoy it. Then, Mu Yu's gaze paused on Chunzong's face for a moment. Brother Chun, this person is so annoying. Lin Weihan's voice sounded. She transmitted her voice to Chunzong and didn't say it out loud. She was obviously more sensible. Some people think that they are better than others and don't know who they are. Chunzong replied to Lin Weihan with a smile. He had seen many people like this in Tianyuan's sacred region, so he wasn't surprised. To some extent, the void was like Tianyuan's sacred region that had been magnified countless times. There were all kinds of people in the void. Since they were intelligent beings, they should have all kinds of temperaments and thoughts. If they could understand this, they would be able to deal with it calmly. This was just a small interlude. The banquet soon began. The banquet was mainly for the two true disciples of the Yuan sect. The others were just there to serve as a foil. Chunzong didn't mind. The wine and food at the Lin family's banquet tasted pretty good. If he ate a little more, he would naturally feel satisfied. Lin Chankong and the elders of the Lin family raised their glasses to toast Mu Yu and Yin Xiaoxiao. I don't drink, Yin Xiaoxiao said directly. There was nothing strange about that. There were many people who didn't drink, so no one cared. But not long after, Yin Xiaoxiao raised her glass to toast Mu Yu. It wasn't that she didn't drink, but that she was a good judge of character. Mu Yu always had a smile on her face. One is unruly, unreasonable, and even brainless. The other is very shrewd, Chunzong said to himself. People like this were usually kept at a respectful distance. This was because they could be infected and could be schemed against at any time. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chunzong wanted to leave and go back to the courtyard to rest for a while before continuing to comprehend the heart sword will and tap into his potential. But the banquet wasn't over yet. It was only halfway through. It would be rude to leave now. Senior brother, this is boring. Let's go. Yin Xiaoxiao seemed to be bored. She didn't care about the feelings of others. Thank you for your hospitality. My junior sister doesn't like crowds, so we'll take our leave first. I'll come back later to visit the Lin family head. Mu Yu stood up and cupped her fists politely to Lin Chongkong. Since the two of them insisted on leaving, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only send them off with a smile. Chapter 1971. Second update. Only Lin Chongkong and Mu Yu were present in a small hall of the Lin family. Lin family head, let's not beat around the bush. My ancestor once came to the Lin family and left a mark on the wall. He also entered the Lin family's sword transformation realm and benefited greatly. Mu Yu smiled at Lin Chongkong and said, This time my junior sister and I came here to look at the records left by my ancestor. I hope Lin family head can make it easy for us. Welcoming and entertaining were two different things. What was the sword transformation realm? The sword transformation realm was a treasure of the Lin family. It was a very important secret realm for the Lin family. It would only be opened once in a while. The number of people who could enter each time was also very limited. There were not enough people in the Lin family. There were too many monks and too little porridge. If not for Chunzong's great contribution to the Flying Snow Pavilion, Lin Chongkong would not have given one of the spots to Chunzong. It was also because of Chunzong's kindness to the Flying Snow Pavilion and the Lin family. With Lin Chongkong's support, it was reasonable for the elders to accept it. It was to repay Chunzong. But now, this Mu Yu had come and wanted to take away 2 spots without any basis. This was simply too much. For a moment, Lin Chongkong could not help but frown. The warm welcome was because Mu Yu was a true disciple of the Yuan sect. However, it was not right for her to take the spots by force. If I remember correctly, the Lin family owes your ancestor a favor back then, Lin Chongkong said calmly. He did not continue, but the meaning behind his words was obvious. The Lin family had given Mu Yu a spot to enter the sword transformation realm because of her kindness to the Lin family. It was a tactful refusal. It was more tactful than saying it out loud. Lin family head, of course I won't let the Lin family give it to me for free. Mu Yu was also a sensible person. She smiled and said, These years, I've had some fortuitous encounters. I am willing to exchange a lesser sword technique for a spot. A lesser sword technique was indeed valuable. However, to exchange a lesser sword technique for 2 spots to enter the sword transformation realm, it was still not enough. Lin Chongkong pondered for a few breaths and said seriously, At most, you can give up 1 spot. The Lin family didn't make a profit by exchanging a lesser mystique sword art for a spot. To a certain extent, it was a loss. However, the face of a true disciple of a galactic force also had to be taken into consideration. 1 spot. Lin family head, junior sister, and I came here because of your reputation. You can't let us return disappointed. Mu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed as she revealed a smile. My junior sister Yan's identity is somewhat unusual. She is the only granddaughter of my Sword Palace's 2nd elder and is very doted on. Mu Yu's last sentence had a hint of threat in it. The elders of the Yuan sect were not the elders of the Lin family. Except for the Great Elder, all the other elders of Lin family were demigod rank. Although a few of them were listed on the demigod rank list, they were nothing to Yuan sect. Most of the elders of Yuan's sect were eminent god experts, and their inheritances were more advanced. For example, the Lin family only had one great technique, but in the Yuan sect, there were countless great techniques. Certainly, the number of lesser techniques would not be less than the number of great techniques of the Lin family. There might even be techniques that were more advanced than great techniques. This was the difference in level. If two eminent god experts of similar cultivation base were to cultivate lesser grand theurgies and greater grand theurgies, the latter would usually be stronger. Lin Chankong's face darkened slightly when he heard this. When the sword transformation realm opens, only 10 people can enter at a time. 9 of them have already been decided by the various branches of the Lin family. I can only discuss with the other branches and allocate one. I can't do anything more than that, Lin Chankong said. The Lin family was indeed not as powerful as the Yuan sect, but it was not easy to bully. Moreover, although the 2 true disciples were of high status, they were not qualified to oppress the Lin family with the Yuan sect strength. If the Yuan sect wanted to deal with the Lin family because of this, it would be too much, and it would be chilling. As the acting head of the Lin family, Lin Chankong was well aware of the thoughts of those in power. Of course, he also had to consider the Lin family, and he would not offend them if he could. Thank you, head of the Lin family. Mu Yu stared at Lin Chankong for a few breaths, smiled again, and stood up to leave. Looking at Mu Yu's departure, Lin Chankong smiled bitterly. He could only hope that his daughter would not blame him too much after knowing the situation. After all, the Lin family was not as powerful as the Yuan sect, and he would not offend them if he could. Senior brother, it's a piece of cake. Yin Xiaoxiao approached Mu Yu and asked with a smile. Almost. Mu Yu smiled and said, the Lin family only agreed to give us one spot. What? Yin Xiaoxiao was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her hair stood on end, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She said sternly, you're just a small family. How dare you reject us? Calm down. Head of the Lin family is a smart person, and he knows what to do and what not to do. Mu Yu smiled and said, there are 10 spots for the sword transformation realm, and the Lin family has 9. They agreed to give us one spot, but we have to get the other spot from someone else. Senior brother, your words are too profound. I don't understand. Yin Xiaoxiao was simple-minded, and she only knew how to be unreasonable because of her status. She was an idiot. Don't worry, I will get the other spot. Mu Yu patted Yin Xiaoxiao's head and rubbed it gently. I will listen to you. Yin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes like a cat that was about to take a nap. Not long after, Lin Zhenglong came to visit. Not long after, Lin Zhenglong left with a trace of a smile. In the Freezing Sky Sword Academy, Chun Zong and Lin Weiyin were having a sword fight. Is the 3rd level of the Freezing Sky, Flying Snow sword close to mastery? Chun Zong asked with a smile. Soon, I will be able to master it in half a month. Lin Weiyin's face was filled with joy. Once the 3rd level of the Freezing Sky, Flying Snow sword reached mastery, her strength would increase further. All of this was brought about by Chun Zong. If it were not for Chun Zong's guidance, she would probably still be at the entry level, not to mention mastery. Chun Zong's guidance had at least saved her a few years of cultivation. The door of the academy closed, and someone knocked on it rhythmically. Chun Zong stretched out his hand, and the door opened. When he saw the person outside, Chun Zong could not help but be slightly surprised. So Miss Lin is here too. The person who came was Mu Yu. She greeted Lin Weiyin with a smile, then looked at Chun Zong. Are you Chun Zong? That's me. Chun Zong did not understand why she was looking for him. I am Mu Yu, a true disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect. I am here to give you an opportunity, Mu Yu said with a smile. An opportunity? Chun Zong's expression changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He did not know this person, and they had never interacted before. Why would she give him an opportunity for no reason? Let's see what he has to say. Brother Chun, you also practice swordsmanship. I have seen your battles. Your sword intent is condensed, and your swordsmanship is not bad. Mu Yu continued with a smile. Suddenly, she changed the topic. How much do you know about the Yuan sect? I don't know much about it. Chun Zong answered honestly. If that's the case, I will briefly introduce it to you. The smile on Mu Yu's face did not disappear. The Yuan sect's doctrine is the restoration of the Yuan sect. It is a low-grade galactic-level force, and it controls the Yuan galaxy and Guyuan galaxy. The sect is divided into 3 palaces, one of which is the Sword Palace. Since Mu Yu was willing to talk, Chun Zong temporarily acted as a listener. He listened carefully and had a better understanding of the Yuan sect. My Sword Palace's second senior brother's swordsmanship is superb, and he is a level 2 demigod swordsman. His name is Oblique Windsword, and he is currently looking for a swordsman guard. I intend to recommend him. Chun Zong was slightly stunned. Swordsman guard? What was that? That was a swordsman guard. Perhaps it was equivalent to a swordsman guard. Was this the so-called opportunity? Brother Chun, don't underestimate the swordsman guard. Mu Yu seemed to be very patient as she explained. Only the true disciples of the Yuan sect Sword Palace are qualified to recruit swordsman guards. They can be included in the Sword Palace and enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. In terms of status, they're slightly higher than inner disciples. Thank you for your kindness, but this opportunity is not suitable for me. Chun Zong refused without hesitation. Swordsman guard, perhaps it was also included in the Sword Palace, and their treatment was not worse than that of the inner disciples. Due to their status as true disciples, their status was higher than most of the inner disciples. But in the end, they were the attendants of others. How could he become someone else's attendant? Even if the Yuan sect wanted to recruit him as a true disciple, Chun Zong might not be willing, let alone a mere swordsman guard. What a joke. Well, it seems that Brother Chun has not been to the Yuan sect, so there may be some misunderstanding. Mu Yu smiled and said, when this matter is over, Brother Chun will follow me back to the Yuan sect, and you will know. As for now, I hope Brother Chun can give me the quota for the swordsmanship realm. Lin Wayne's expression suddenly changed. Although Chun Zong's expression did not change, his eyes slightly narrowed. Sure enough, the so-called opportunity was fake. She came with a purpose. She came for his quota for the swordsmanship realm. The quota for the swordsmanship realm was given to me by the Lin family. Chun Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. His eyes were filled with a trace of coldness as he stared at Mu Yu. True disciple Mu, Chun Zong's quota for the swordsmanship realm cannot be changed. Lin Wayne also said in a firm tone, if you want the quota, please look for the family head. I've looked for him. Mu Yu sighed slightly. But family head Lin is only willing to give me 1 quota, but my junior sister and I are 2 people, so we need another quota. Brother Chun, please give it to me. I will do my best to fight for the swordsmanship realm for you. Please. Chun Zong pointed at the door, almost telling him to get lost. Not only did they want to take his quota for the swordsmanship realm, but they also wanted him to be someone else's attendant. This kind of thinking was simply unreasonable. No matter how shrewd Mu Yu was, he could not help but twitch his eyelids, and a cold light condensed in the depths of his eyes. Brother Chun, think about it. Mu Yu smiled again, but did not force him to stay. He turned around and walked out of the Wintry Sword Academy. There were still more than 10 days before the opening of the swordsmanship realm. He could continue to think of other ways. No matter what, he had to get another quota. Moreover, it would be more satisfying to get the quota from this person. Chapter 1972. Third update. Lin Wayne didn't know what happened after she found Lin Chongkong. Lin Wayne left with a face full of displeasure, while Lin Chongkong announced that he would go into seclusion until the opening of the sword transformation realm. Brother Chun, I'm really sorry. Lin Wayne apologized to Chun Zong. My father was worried about offending the Yuan sect, so he did this. It's all right. Chun Zong shook his head. From Lin Chongkong's perspective, the Lin family was too weak compared to the Yuan sect. These 2 were the true disciples of the Yuan sect, so their status wasn't low. When they traveled outside, they could be compared to the elders of star-level forces, or even better. Of course, understanding was one thing. Chun Zong's impression of Lin Chongkong had changed a little. In short, he wasn't as good as before. However, although Lin Chongkong revealed some information indirectly, He didn't say it directly, so he didn't want to offend either side. The one who revealed his information was Lin Zhenglong, and Lin Weiyin had already found out. Tell me more about this person, Chunzong asked. Mu Yu is the third true disciple of the Yuan sect's sword palace, known as the Drizzle Sword. Lin Weiyin told him what she knew from Lin Chongkong. The slanting wind and drizzle shall not return refers to the three true disciples of the sword palace, the slanting wind sword, the drizzle sword, and the sword of no return. The sword of no return is the first true disciple, and the slanting wind sword is the second true disciple. The slanting wind and drizzle shall not return. It sounded poetic and picturesque. The three of them are very strong. Their cultivation is at the second level of the demigod rank, and their combat strength is amazing. Lin Weiyin's tone was serious, and she also mentioned some of their battle achievements. For example, they slaughtered galactic bandits by themselves, and so on. Galactic bandits were galactic bandits that roamed around to commit crimes. They committed all kinds of crimes, such as murder and robbery. There were many experts among them, and there were also many second-level demigod rank experts. The powerful ones were even comparable to the top 100 of the demigod ranking in the second city of Suppressing World. There was once a galactic bandit leader who was comparable to the top 100 of the second city of Suppressing World, but he was killed by the slanting wind sword in 10 moves. I heard from my father that the sword of no return is a sword of death. Once the sword is drawn, it will definitely kill. The oblique wind sword is extremely sharp, while the drizzle sword is a sword of scheming. Before the sword is drawn, it has already set up a trap. It is extremely difficult to deal with. Brother Chun, since drizzle sword has set its sights on your slot, it probably won't give up just like that, Lin Weiyin said worriedly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Chunzong smiled. However, Lin Weiyin's words piqued Chunzong's interest. Sword of no return, sword of death. Oblique wind sword, a sharp sword. Drizzle sword, sword of scheming. What did this mean? Was it each other's style or Dao? It was really interesting. Compared to Tianyuan's sacred region, it was much more interesting. The next day, Mu Yu came again. Chunzong rejected her again and asked her to leave. Another day passed, and Mu Yu came again. This time, he was not alone, as his rude and brainless junior sister had followed him. You've repeatedly rejected my senior brother's good intentions. Are you looking down on my sword palace? Yin Xiao did not seem to be as brainless as she had imagined. Once she opened her mouth, she put Chunzong in a bad light. So what if I look down on you? Chunzong did not take it seriously. You? Yin Xiao seemed to be on the verge of exploding again. She glared at him, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes, making her beautiful face look a little fierce. Do you know who I am? Do you believe that I'll kill you right now? You could try to draw your sword. Chunzong did not seem to be frightened by the other party at all. He continued to speak in a neither fast nor slow manner. However, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. She threatened to kill him, and he could tell that she was not joking. She was not only a rude and brainless person, but also a person who did not care about human life. Chunzong did not care why she had developed such a habit, as it had nothing to do with him. As long as there was someone who wanted to kill him, he would never let his guard down. If there was a chance, he would attack. Hearing Chunzong's words, Yin Xiao's killing intent suddenly soared. She held the hilt of her sword with one hand and was about to step forward, draw her sword, and kill Chunzong directly. She did not care about where she was or who the other party was. She did whatever she wanted. She seemed to be doing whatever she wanted, but her way of doing things was different from Chunzong's way of doing things. In the end, she was so willful because of her status and backing, not because of her own ability. Junior sister, Mu Yu suddenly spoke. He did not say anything when he came in, and let his junior sister speak first because he wanted to test her. The drizzle sword was a sword of scheming. She liked to test her opponent before doing anything. She wanted to know the details of her opponent, and when she felt that it was about time, she would make a move. She would make one move after another to make her opponent fall into her trap and bow down in the end. But now, he had not figured out Chunzong's details. The more he interacted with him, the more he felt that this person was mysterious, as if he was shrouded in fog. Therefore, he wanted his junior sister to test him, because sometimes the effect of a sophisticated test was not as good as a reckless attack. But now, it seemed that junior sister really couldn't find out anything. It was just a sentence, and she was about to explode and throw a tantrum. Now, she was even at the point of drawing her sword. According to Mu Yu's original plan, he should let Yin Xiaoxiao draw her sword and kill her opponent. If she really killed him, the Lin family would not dare to do anything about it. He could also get a place to enter the swordsmanship realm. Even if he could not be killed, he could test his strength. But just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to draw her sword, Mu Yu felt a terrifying aura. That aura came from Chunzong, and it was the aura of death. Mu Yu's perception had always been very sharp, and he would not be wrong. Therefore, he stopped Yin Xiaoxiao. But this time, Yin Xiaoxiao did not listen to Mu Yu. She drew her sword directly. There was an incomparably ear-piercing clang. In an instant, a bright yellow sword light flashed. It was as if a bright yellow thunderbolt had pierced through the sky. The moment the sword appeared, it had already traversed over a dozen meters. It carried an extreme, killing intent as it mercilessly charged towards Chunzong. This was a lesser magic swordsmanship, and it was at the 3rd level. Moreover, it was activated with full power. The killing intent of the sword was merciless. The long sword was sharp, and with the tip of the sword as the starting point, shocking thunderbolts burst out and spread to the body of the sword in an instant. Kill! Chunzong's expression suddenly turned cold, and a cold light bloomed in the depths of his eyes. His sword was also drawn in an instant. Later, but first, more than 10 meters was a very short time for Chunzong's sword. He was also merciless when he drew his sword, but his killing intent was completely restrained, which was even more terrifying. Stop! Mu Yu's expression suddenly changed, and at the same time, she drew her sword out of the sheath. The sword radiance was extremely condensed, and it was incomparably fine. It pierced through the void like a fine drizzle. The moment Yin Xiaoxiao drew her sword, Mu Yu was already fully focused. She jumped forward and closed the distance between her and Chunzong. Her premonition of danger had indeed come true. This person was really a dangerous person. He did not care about junior sister's identity at all, and his sword was a killer move. Fortunately, she saw the opportunity early. Of course, he could not kill junior sister even if he tried his best. After all, she was the granddaughter of the 2nd elder of the Sword Palace, and she was very favored. Of course, she had means to protect herself. The sword radiance shot out like a drizzle, directly towards Chunzong. The sword radiance had a feeling that it covered the void. It was like a sword, but also like a dense drizzle, and even the wind could not pass through it. Mu Yu's sword was very clever and unfathomable. Chunzong's sword, which was condensed with killing intent, was directly blocked. Although it was only for a moment, Yin Xiaoxiao came to her senses in an instant, and she did not hesitate to retreat. The two swords clashed, and the sword radiance surged. Mu Yu faced Chunzong directly, and protected Yin Xiaoxiao behind her. Brother Chen's swordsmanship is indeed brilliant, but it is too much to attack like this, Mu Yu said with a smile. However, my principle is that my enemies should die. Chunzong replied, neither too fast nor too slow. There was an extreme firmness in his words, and it was unshakable even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. You dare to kill me. Yin Xiaoxiao's face was pale. At that moment, the sword essence was pressing towards her forehead, as if it was going to pierce through it. She was scared out of her wits. If senior brother Mu Yu had not reacted in time, her forehead would have been pierced, and her spiritual soul would have been destroyed. Fear, palpitations, and then rage. Chunzong ignored Yin Xiaoxiao's clamor. Such a person was easier to deal with. The one who was difficult to deal with was Mu Yu. With just one sword exchange, Chunzong knew that Mu Yu's cultivation was very high, and she was stronger than him. Her swordsmanship was also very powerful, and much more powerful than Death Reaper Manslaughter. To be honest, Even if Chunzong used all his strength, he was not sure that he could win. This was a feeling that originated from the heart's sword essence. It was very accurate. Muyu did not move either because he felt that he could not see through Chunzong's sword. Since he could not see through Chunzong's sword, based on his character, he would not attack again. That was something that he was not sure of. Muyu never did things that he was not sure of, unless he was at the end of his rope. But now he had not reached that point yet. If it was the oblique wind sword, it would be different. It did not matter whether he could see through it or not. He would just attack. You made a mistake. Muyu did not call Chunzong brother Chen anymore. Instead, he said it directly. Then, he left the Freezing Sky Sword Academy with Yin Xiaoxiao. Before leaving, Yin Xiaoxiao looked back at Chunzong, full of anger and killing intent. She had almost been killed. She would never forget the feeling of being on the verge of death. This person must die. He made her feel that kind of terror. You made a mistake. Chunzong smiled, as if he did not care about it. Even if he did, it would be useless. In the end, everything depended on strength. If he was not strong enough, he would have been killed by now. There was no need to talk about anything else. Especially when he entered the void by accident. He had no one to rely on. Everything depended on himself. Strength became more and more important. Of course, having a backer was just an illusion. Others might be afraid for a while, but they would not be afraid for a lifetime. Some people did not even care. They only wanted to be happy and happy. That was enough. Cultivate hard. The transformation sword realm was not far away. Chapter 1973. Part 1. The sword transformation realm of the Lin family was located in the snowy mountain behind the Lin family palace. Led by an old man who looked somewhat similar to Lin Chongkong, more than a dozen people rose into the air and flew towards the great snow mountain. The old man's aura was dark and gloomy, as if it contained extreme coldness. If it were to explode, it could freeze the world. The imminent god realm. Chunzong guessed that this person should be the head of the Lin family, Lin Chongkong's father and the grandfather of Lin Weiyin and Lin Weian. The sword transformation realm was indeed the treasure of the Lin family. Even the eminent god realm experts were dispatched to open it. The Great Snow Mountain was over 9,000 meters tall. It was majestic, standing on the snowy plains like a huge snow-white sword. It emitted an extremely cold aura, but it also contained a trace of sharpness. Instinctively, Chunzong felt that the snowy mountain was not to be underestimated. However, his realm was not high enough to see through it. All of you stop. The head of the Lin family said in a deep voice. There was a unique rhythm to his voice. Everyone stopped and watched as the head of the Lin family flew towards the snowy mountain. Immediately, the head of the Lin family raised his arm high. A sword light shot out from his hand and shot towards the sky. With a boom, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered and turned into a huge whirlpool. It spun continuously, as if it was stirring up the world. Endless cold aura descended from the sky. The whirlpool seemed to be about to freeze, but did not. Instead, it turned into a huge, icy whirlpool. The roar resounded through the world, causing everyone to be shocked. In front of such might, he was like an ant. Open! Along with a sound that shook the heavens and earth, a sword light immediately shot down from the huge ice vortex in the sky. The sword light was snow-white and extremely cold. As soon as it appeared, the cold aura spread between the heavens and the earth as if it could freeze everything. The majestic sword light directly hit the snowy mountain peak. The entire snowy mountain shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. This kind of extremely shocking power made everyone feel a sense of danger, as if they were about to be annihilated. The snow-white sword light connected the heavens and the earth, constantly striking down. The snowy mountain peak was bombarded and kept shaking. Immediately, when the sword light had completely fallen and the icy whirlpool in the sky slowly disappeared, the void above the snowy mountain peak seemed to have been split open. With a buzz, a door appeared. That door was snow-white, and one could vaguely see countless surging sword chi colliding with blazing sparks. The sword transformation realm has opened. You can all enter now. Remember, you only have 3 days. The head of the Lin family glanced at the crowd. And no one dared to look him in the eyes. Yin Xiao, arrogant and domineering. The gap between the demigod rank and the spirit realm was too big. It was an indescribable gap. If one didn't enter the spirit realm, he wouldn't be able to understand it. Every time the sword transformation realm opened, only 10 people could enter. Originally, the Lin clan was allocated 9 spots, and 1 spot went to the Chun clan, so there were 10 spots in total. But because of the arrival of the 2 true disciples of the Yuan sect, they had to compensate the disciples who gave up their spots. But 1 spot was obviously not enough to satisfy Muyu and Yin Xiao, so they tried to get it from Chun Zong. Not only did they not succeed, but they also almost lost Yin Xiao's life. However, not getting a spot from Chun Zong did not mean there was no other way. It was just a matter of whether they were willing to pay the price. In the end, they got the 2nd spot from Lin Zhenglong. The spot originally belonged to Lin Zhengming, but the price was to recommend Lin Zhenglong and his brother to the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect. As a true disciple, they had this right. But if they were not talented enough, they would not use this right. Lin Zhenglong's talent was not bad. He was qualified to be a disciple of the Yuan sect. He should be enough to be an inner disciple. As for Lin Zhengming, he was not as good, but he could also be an outer disciple. Both Lin Zhenglong and Lin Zhengming were the top 3 geniuses in the Lin family. But in the Yuan sect, they could only be inner disciples. The gap was huge. The 10 of them moved and quickly flew toward the door of the swordsmanship realm. Chun Zong, even if you get a spot in the swordsmanship realm, don't expect to get any benefits. Lin Zhenglong said coldly as he flew past Chun Zong. In the blink of an eye, they entered the door with surging sword chi. Sword chi. Sword chi was everywhere. Sword chi was everywhere. His whole body seemed to be in an ocean of sword chi, surrounded by endless sword chi. What was more rare was that these sword chi were all sword chi without attributes. They looked sharp and dangerous, but in fact they would not cause any harm. And the biggest benefit of entering the swordsmanship realm was these sword chi. Absorbing the sword chi here and using the pure sword chi without attributes here to refine and sharpen one's essence, chi, and spirit, and to strengthen the foundation of sword principle. The swordsmanship realm was not big. Its radius was only about 10,000 meters. Although there seemed to be a lot of sword chi, it was not really endless. It was just that after many years of accumulation, it seemed to be a lot. But once the 10 of them started to refine and absorb it, it would be consumed constantly, spread out. Once they entered the swordsmanship realm, the 10 of them immediately spread out. Each of them chose a spot and started to feel and absorb the pure sword chi. With a radius of 10,000 meters, on average, each of them occupied a radius of 1,000 meters of sword chi. Of course, different people's absorption and refining speed were different. Therefore, in the end, there would definitely be people who absorbed more and people who absorbed less. There was nothing to complain about. It had always been like this for generations. Chun Zong did not sit down. Instead, he stood with his back straight, like a sharp sword pointing to the sky. His mind was calm, and his essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. He started to absorb the pure sword chi that was everywhere. In an instant, when the sword chi entered his body, he felt as if there were 10,000 swords piercing through his body. It was very uncomfortable, as if there were really many sharp swords piercing into his body. Waves of piercing pain swept over him like a surging tide. Fortunately, it was only a stabbing pain, and he would not be injured. This kind of stabbing pain was nothing to Chun Zong. He ignored it and continued to absorb. His tyrannical body and extremely tenacious willpower could completely withstand it. As the sword chi continued to surge into his body, at least 1,000 sword chi would enter his body every time he absorbed. Moreover, more and more sword chi would enter his body. When the sword chi entered his body, it immediately exploded in Chun Zong's body, directly impacting the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit. The greatest use of the sword chi here was to temper and refine one's essence, chi, and spirit. What did the demigod level of essence, chi, and spirit represent? The three flowers of extremity. Therefore, the sword chi here was used to refine the three flowers of extremity. This was also the reason why Lin Wayne fought for Chunzong's spot. The sword chi of the swordsmanship realm was not only useful for demigod level ones, it was also useful for demigod level ones. Of course, the effect was not as obvious as demigod level ones, but it could still improve level ones. No one would complain about their essence, chi, and spirit becoming more condensed, even if it was just a little bit. The three flowers of extremity swayed and resonated, condensing at an even faster speed. Among the 10 people, the one who absorbed the sword chi the fastest was Mu Yu, because she was the only demigod level ones in the second stage. The people next to Mu Yu were in a miserable state as the sword chi began to flow towards Mu Yu. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Immediately, Lin Jinglong's gaze swept over and looked at Chunzong. He began to move closer to Chunzong. After so many years, the Lin family had naturally figured out some small tricks to absorb sword chi when entering the swordsmanship realm. These small tricks belonged to the Lin family and were not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. After entering the swordsmanship realm, they could absorb sword chi faster and more efficiently to refine their essence, chi, and spirit. Because of the family rules, Lin Wayne did not pass on these to Chunzong. This time, Lin Jinglong approached Chunzong with the intention of snatching the sword chi from Chunzong's area, so that Chunzong would not be able to absorb much sword chi. Chunzong opened his eyes and stared, as if he could see through Lin Jinglong's plan. He did not move, but for a moment, Chunzong's speed of absorbing sword chi increased again. Lin Jinglong immediately felt that not only did he not snatch any sword chi from Chunzong's area, but the sword chi in the area next to Chunzong was also converging towards Chunzong. He was so scared that he stopped in his tracks and absorbed with all his might. However, since he wanted to do this in an attempt to influence Chunzong, Chunzong would not be unresponsive. Counterattack. Absorb with all his might. When the power of the three flowers of extremity was fully unleashed, any small tricks would be useless in the face of absolute power. Crush. It was a direct crush. Lin Jinglong felt the same shudder that he felt when he saw Chunzong's battle results in the city lord's residence. It was as if a shadow was looming over him. If he knew Heavenly God Gong, he might have communicated with him. However, in Chunzong's opinion, although Lin Jinglong came from a higher background, he was still inferior to Heavenly God Gong. Heavenly God Gong was his archenemy in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Lin Jinglong was nothing. At best, he was a person with some talent and ability who liked to play tricks. Originally, Chunzong came here with the intention of absorbing sword chi and honing his three flowers of extremity. However, since Lin Jinglong wanted to attack, he had to fight back. Damn it, stop! Veins popped out on Lin Jinglong's forehead as he roared angrily. Chunzong ignored him and absorbed with all his might. 1/3 of the sword chi in Lin Jinglong's area had already been drawn by Chunzong. This meant that Lin Jinglong would lose 1/3 of his sword chi, and the effect of his honing would also decrease. Moreover, this ratio was still decreasing. Now, Chunzong's three flowers of extremity was 90% of the flower of God and 80% of the flower of essence and flower of chi. As the pure sword chi continued to pour in, it was ground down by the resonance of the three flowers and turned into the most original power. It was integrated into the three flowers, and the condensation of the three flowers continued to increase. The effect was not inferior to taking the three-flower pill at all. Moreover, there was one thing that the three-flower pill could not compare to, and that was that the efficiency would not decrease due to excessive absorption. If this continued, Chunzong was confident that he could condense the flower of God to 100%. As for whether he could condense the flower of essence and flower of chi to 100%, he was also somewhat confident. Chapter 1974. Second update, Sword Chi. Sword Chi. Sword Chi. Within the sword transformation realm, Sword Chi was naturally generated as if it was endless. As it was absorbed, the Sword Chi was constantly condensing from all directions. In every breath, thousands of Sword Chi would appear. However, compared to the absorption, the Sword Chi's regeneration speed was too slow, like a drop in a bucket. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chunzong and Mu, you were completely covered by the Sword Chi, as if they had become the eye of the Sword Chi storm, or as if they had turned into black holes, madly absorbing the pure Sword Chi around them. Retreat. The others could only keep retreating, increasing the distance between Chunzong and Mu Yu to avoid being affected by being too close to them and not being able to absorb any Sword Chi. Lin Wayne could not help but smile bitterly. In this way, the effect of the others absorbing the Sword Chi would not be as good as they had imagined. Lin Jinglong's face was ashen, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was extremely angry. He recalled what he had said to Chunzong when he was about to enter the sword transformation realm. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and the burning pain was unbearable. What did he mean by not getting any benefits? This clearly meant that he could get great benefits, and he was robbing the benefits that belonged to others. Mu Yu was a true disciple of the Yuan sect, and it was reasonable for her to have such power. However, who was this Chunzong? He was just a country bumpkin from a remote planet. Why? Why was he in the limelight everywhere and suppressing him? Why? The more Lin Jinglong thought about it, the angrier he was. The angrier he was, the harder it was for him to calm down, and the harder it was for him to absorb the Sword Chi to refine himself. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Lin Jinglong forced himself to calm down. The sword transformation realm had been open for him for many years, and he could not waste this opportunity. He had to seize this opportunity to refine his essence, chi, and spirit, and strive to raise the three flowers to perfection. Only then would he be qualified to break through to the second level. When I enter the inner sect of the Yuan sect, you will be nothing. Lin Jinglong told himself this, and he felt much better. He slowly calmed down, cleared his mind, and started absorbing with all his might. But compared to Chun and Mu Yu's might, it was still lacking. Chunzong had completely forgotten about everything else. He was wholeheartedly immersed in absorbing and refining the Sword Chi around him. He was taking this opportunity to sharpen his essence, chi, and spirit flowers and continuously improve their conciseness. Now that the divine flower was 90% complete, the next step was to reach 100% complete. However, there were several small bottlenecks in the condensation of the supreme flower. From 30% to 40%, from 60% to 70%, from 90% to 100%, the further one progressed, the harder it became to break through this small bottleneck. Especially from 90% to 100%, it represented the transition from imperfection to perfection. The difficulty of ascending was several times greater. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been stuck at this stage for a long time. A day later, the divine flower was still 90% complete. It hadn't truly broken through yet, and it still felt like it was about to break through. 80% of the essence flower and chi flower broke through at the same time. In an instant, it entered 90%. When the essence flower and chi flower entered 90%, Chunzong felt as if there was a strong force in his body. Wherever it passed, his organs, blood, tendons, bones, muscles, and skin all became stronger, denser, and more compact. It seemed as if they contained more vitality and could explode with more power in an instant. Then, the three resonating flowers seemed to have achieved the same frequency, and there was a trace of a strange rhythm in the resonance. It was something that had never been there before. This was something that would only happen when the top three flowers reached the same level of conciseness. It turned into a layer of halo, covering the three flowers, like a layer of protective circle, sealing all the power of the three flowers, and circulating endlessly. Boom! When all three flowers reached 90% and resonated at the same frequency, the place where Chunzong was standing suddenly shook. A sound like a mountain collapsing was heard, and it shook everyone. Even Mu Yu's sword Qi Storm trembled for a moment, as if it was about to collapse. As for the sword Qi condensed by the others, it was also affected in an instant. It paused slightly and slowed down. Yin Xiaoxiao stared at Mu Yu while casually absorbing the sword Qi. For her, although the sword transformation realm was good, she didn't think highly of it. After all, she was a true disciple of the Yuan sect and the granddaughter of the second elder of the Sword Palace. The resources and treatment she enjoyed were not something that others could compare with. For her, entering the sword transformation realm was not about the effect of cultivation, but whether or not she would be respected. That was all. Just now, when she saw that Qinzong was on par with her senior brother, she was very unhappy. Now, the momentum created by Qinzong was faintly surpassing her senior brother, which made her even more unhappy. What should she do if she was unhappy? Of course, it was to vent and attack. The sharp sword was unsheathed and turned into a bright yellow thunderbolt, instantly shattering countless sword chi. With extreme killing intent and terrifying power, it mercilessly pierced towards Chunzong. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't take to heart what the Lin family had told her before she entered the sword transformation realm to heart at all. It didn't matter. At the same time, a bright sword light and swift as snow, quickly came from the other side. Its trajectory was mysterious, and the sword chi was condensed, directly hitting the bright yellow thunderbolt. With a pop, both shattered and dissipated. The sword chi in the surroundings suddenly surged. Vaguely, it was as if the sea was about to roar and roll up a tsunami. A terrifying aura of destruction filled the air, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Fortunately, it didn't explode, but quickly calmed down and returned to normal. "What are you doing?" Lin Wayne pulled out her sword to block Yin Xiaoxiao's sword. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were cold. "Get out of the way." Yin Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Wayne. Her eyes were fierce and domineering. "Otherwise, your Lin clan will be finished." "Wayne, get out of the way." Lin Jinglong also stopped absorbing the sword chi. He flew over and stood beside Yin Xiaoxiao. Immediately, he looked at Yin Xiaoxiao with some flattery. "Senior sister Yin, if you fight in the sword transformation realm, you will trigger the sword chi here, and the consequences will be very serious." This is just a precious land of a small clan. What can the sword chi do to me?" Yin Xiaoxiao said disdainfully. She belittled him again, but didn't attack again. Instead, she sheathed her sword. Although she said that, she was actually afraid that if she really caused the sword chi to backfire, it wouldn't be good for her or senior brother Mu. After staring at Yin Xiaoxiao for a moment and seeing that Yin Xiaoxiao had no intention of attacking again, Lin Wayne returned to the previous area to continue cultivating. The resonance frequency of the three flowers was the same, and the tempering effect was much better than before. It was almost doubled. However, the tempering of the three flowers at the top level was more difficult, and it required more sword chi. The second day passed, and the three flowers were still 90%, not 100%. Immediately, the divine flower swayed, and an indescribable power and mysterious aura spread out. Halos spread out and swept across. 100%. 100% completion of the divine flower, the realm of perfection. When the divine flower reached 100% completion, it reached a point where it couldn't be improved anymore. Moreover, the resonance frequency of the three flowers was broken. When they first entered the sword transformation realm, the sword chi seemed to be endless. But now, it was very little, less than 1/3 of the original amount. A large amount of sword chi was absorbed by Chunzong and Muyu. The other 8 people only absorbed a small amount. Finally, the flower of essence and flower of air vibrated at the same time and emitted layers of halos. Once again, they reached the same resonance frequency. This feeling was very wonderful and wonderful. It seemed to contain endless mysteries, causing Chun Zong to be intoxicated. There were only 2 hours left. There was only about 1/10 of the sword chi left. Chun Zong's mind moved, and the remaining sword chi was extracted in an instant. It rushed to Lin Weiyin in an instant and was absorbed into her body. Lin Weiyin's body shook slightly, and a strong aura spread out like a storm. Her eyes also emitted a strong light in an instant. Breakthrough. 100% completion of the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit. Although the time was not up yet, there was no sword chi left in the entire sword transformation realm. Even the 1,000 sword chi that had just been born would be divided and absorbed in an instant. Suddenly, everyone was in an awkward situation where there was no sword chi to absorb. This seemed to be the first time. Everyone looked at each other. Lin Zhonglong was frustrated, almost just a little bit more, and his 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit could reach the first level of completion. But now it had stopped. Although it was just a little bit, it would take at least half a year or even a year to condense it to reach the realm of perfection. A little bit of difference would cost more time. Damn it. Chun Zong ignored the others and carefully felt the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit that had reached 100% completion. When the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to 100% completion, there was a feeling of materialization. Halos were constantly emitted, and it carried the charm of perfection. It was as if nothing could destroy it. Of course, this might just be an illusion, but it was a wonderful feeling, as if it contained endless mystery and power. The demigod level is divided into 2 levels. The first level is called condensing the 3 flowers, and the second level is called 3 flowers in 1. Condensing the 3 flowers, as the name implied, was to first condense the 3 flowers, then continuously condense 30% until it reached 100% completion. This was the foundation to enter the second level. The second level, 3 flowers in 1, as the name implied, was to fuse the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit into 1. Fusing the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit into 1 was a hurdle for almost all cultivators. It was not easy to achieve. It required an opportunity. It also required hard work. Chun Zong carefully felt the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit that had reached the realm of perfection, looking for an opportunity to fuse the 3 flowers into 1. As long as the 3 flowers were able to fuse, he would break through the first level and step into the second level. At that time, his strength would be further enhanced. To be honest, Chun Zong was not sure what level his strength had reached. Previously, he could kill Reaper Slaughter. Now, with Reaper Slaughter's strength, he probably could not block one of his attacks. He wondered if the Yi Yuan sect's true disciple, Drizzle Sword Muyu, could block his sword. Chapter 1975. Third update. Brother Chun, you must have benefited a lot from the sword transformation realm. Muyu smiled. Same here. Chun Zong replied calmly. It was hard to tell how much he had benefited from the sword transformation realm, but among the 10 of them, only Chun Zong and Muyu had absorbed the most sword chi. The total amount of sword chi they had absorbed was at least 60% of the sword transformation realm. Chun Zong guessed that Muyu had also benefited a lot from the sword transformation realm. After leaving this place, I wonder if Brother Chun would be interested in testing out my sword? Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on her face grew slightly. Sure. Chun Zong agreed without hesitation. Muyu wanted to test his strength, and Chun Zong was also curious about him. Naturally, he would not let go of such an opportunity. The true disciple of a galactic force had a reputation, so he would not be weak. Moreover, Chun Zong could not see through Muyu's strength after the previous clash. Besides, Chun Zong also wanted to know his current strength. When the time was up, the door to the sword transformation realm opened again. The 10 of them leaped out one after another, and immediately felt a burst of coldness assaulting their bodies. The Great Snow Mountain was extremely cold. After the trip to the sword transformation realm, they naturally returned to the Lin family. Shenzong also returned to the Sky Freezing Sword Academy to meditate. At the foot of the Great Snow Mountain, the snowfield was vast. The white snow connected into a crystal-clear light, connecting the sky and the earth as if there was no end to it. The chill spread between the heaven and earth. The wind whistled, as if a horn was blowing between the heaven and earth. The wind was like a blade, and the frost was like a sword cutting through the heaven and earth. It also cut through the people's faces. The wind and snow were fierce, and people could be vaguely seen. Shenzong and Mu Yu stood 100 meters apart. There were some people scattered in the distance. They were the disciples of the Lin family, such as Lin Wayne, Lin Zhenglong, and Yin Xiaoxiao. Knowing that Shenzong was going to compete with Yi Yuan Sec's Sword Palace's third true disciple, Drizzle Sword Miyu, many Lin family members were excited and came to watch the battle. To be honest, what they wanted to see was Mu Yu. As for Shenzong, he was relatively unknown. Brother Chun, if we fight for real, I'm afraid that it will hurt our relationship. It wouldn't look good if some injuries were to occur. Even though they were 100 meters away, they could still see the faint smile on Mu Yu's face. His voice was like a drizzle penetrating through the wind and snow, entering everyone's ears. It was extremely clear. It seemed to contain an indescribable power. Brother Chun also practices the sword. I have seen the afterimages of Brother Chun fighting against others before. I am very curious about Brother Chen's sword techniques. Why don't we fight using sword techniques? Mu Yu continued with a smile. This was another test of his. First, he would test out his sword techniques. If he wasn't a match for him, then the so-called sword duel would be fake. Drizzle's sword, a sword of scheming, but not a sword of mercy. It would kill if it was necessary. Okay. Shenzong didn't seem to notice anything. He smiled and agreed without hesitation, because he was indeed very interested in the Drizzle sword. Not only the Drizzle sword, but also the Oblique Wind sword and the Sword of No Return. He didn't know what kind of mysteries there were. Drizzle's sword, a sword like Drizzle, was a sword of scheming. How could it be schemed? Could it be a trap for him? Let's give it a try. Brother Chun, be careful. A subtle voice penetrated the wind and snow. When the last word of the voice fell, a trace of undetectable aura instantly shot across the sky. It was a sword light that was extremely condensed. It was like a fine drizzle, penetrating everything, almost silent. Shenzong's strong perception told him that Mu Yu had used his sword. Moreover, in that sword, there was really no other power, it was just sword techniques. When sword techniques reached a certain level, with superb realm and skills, it could have amazing power. Just the sword intent alone possessed astonishing destructive power and profoundness. For example, now, with a trace of sword will, Shenzong could kill any half-step great saint without using any other power. Even the Purgatory Ghost King, who had just invaded the profound realm, couldn't withstand it. This was the power of martial will, the power of sword will. When the power of will reached a profound level, it was also very terrifying. Mu Yu's sword was comprehended from a rain. She didn't comprehend it during the rainstorm, nor during the heavy rain. She only comprehended it when it turned into a drizzle. Since then, the Drizzle sword will have been improved step by step with her until it reached the top level, and it had reached 100%. Yes, Mu Yu's Drizzle sword will had reached the top level of 100%. It was a level that many cultivators couldn't reach. The difference between 90% and 100% was the difference between incomplete and perfect. This was the ability and talent of a true disciple of a Nebula-level force. The sword under the Drizzle sword was like a drizzle passing through the wind and snow. It was almost silent, but it was condensed with a murderous intent. Shenzong's perception was very sharp. He felt a trace of condensed murderous intent from the sword. It seemed that Mu Yu intended to kill him as long as she had the chance. She was indeed a terrifying enemy. Shenzong wasn't afraid at all, because similarly, he would kill her if he had the chance. Sword. The sword was without light and without sound, as if it had merged into the wind and snow, turning into a ray of light. When the two swords clashed, Chunzong could feel the power contained in his opponent's sword. Sword Silk. Muyu had also mastered the superb technique of Sword Silk. His Sword Silk was to condense sword chi and sword light into a drizzle. The moment the two swords clashed, Muyu's sword didn't retreat. Instead, it shook. In an instant, many sword lights appeared like a drizzle, appearing in the surroundings. It paused for a moment, as if the wind and snow had frozen. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded like thousands of needles flashing with an extremely sharp edge. Kill! This sword was merciless. Chunzong only felt that his entire body was enveloped, as if there were flaws everywhere, as if everything had been calculated. Every drizzle of sword light seemed slow, but was actually fast. Its penetrating power was astonishing, as if it had turned the wind and snow into a sieve. The spectators couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. Even though Xiao Qian was far away, he could still feel a chill penetrating his body in that instant. It was extremely horrifying. Chunzong's eyes lit up. Under the perception of his sword will, his opponent's sword was like a drizzle of rain. Every sword was like a chess piece, seemingly disorderly, but in fact, there was a hidden pattern. It felt as if a slight movement would affect the whole body. Sure enough, this person's sword was full of schemes. Every sword was scheming, paving the way for the next move. In an instant, this sword actually made Chunzong hesitate, not knowing where to start. This was a feeling he had never felt before. For Chunzong, it was a very fresh feeling. Of course, Chunzong didn't like this feeling either. Since he didn't like it, then he would break it. There was no need to think too much. Just follow your heart, and move according to your heart. Strike! The sword broke a drizzle of sword light. The other sword lights were about to explode in an instant, but as if they couldn't keep up, they all collapsed. Muyu's face suddenly changed slightly. How could it be? This move of his was actually countered so easily. She felt as if she was facing her own senior brother. Her sword was out of the way, and all her schemes were useless. However, it felt different from her senior brother's sword of no return. It didn't have such a strong sense of death. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Then, whether it was a coincidence or not, she would know after trying again. Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Her body moved, like a drizzle shuttling between the gaps of the wind and snow, drifting unpredictably. She approached Chunzong and struck again. The sword light condensed into a drizzle of rain and immediately attacked Chunzong. Strike! 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 Muyu's sword seemed to keep moving forward. The sword disappeared, and only the sword light turned into a drizzle, spreading into a line. It was like a fine line of rain, endless and endless. It was as if Muyu would never be tired. She kept stabbing until the end of time, until she killed her target. There were a few times when Muyu even wanted to take the opportunity to explode her strongest power and kill Chunzong with her strongest sword. However, she was not confident at all, so she restrained herself. Chunzong had been sensing everything around him. With his superb swordsmanship, it was as if he was in control of his surroundings. Muyu's sword was really brilliant. It was even more brilliant than the previous one. It was continuous, as if all the drizzles in a rain were connected into one. Think about it. How many drizzles would fall in a rain? It was impossible to calculate. When so many drizzles were connected and turned into a line of rain, the power was terrifying. Chunzong's expression did not change. With a flash of spiritual light, he stabbed out with his sword. The sword pierced through the wind and snow, leaving a sword mark in the void. It did not disappear for a long time. It was not a crack in the void. It was like a brush brushing across a canvas in the void. It slowly disappeared, but it would stay for at least a breath's time. A breath's time passed in the blink of an eye. However, to an expert, a breath's time seemed to be very long. Muyu's sword suddenly collapsed. It was like a drop of water falling on a rock. It exploded and splashed into pieces. Staring at the sword mark that remained in the void, Muyu's pupils shrank. It was as if the sword mark contained an incredible power that made her feel terrified. Illusion. Was she hallucinating? That was the void mark. It was a technique that was even more superior than sword silk. It was not difficult to explode with all the power to leave a sword mark in the void. However, it was very difficult to leave a sword mark just by using sword intent. It was not something that could be done with great power. It required a high level of mastery. It was just like sword silk. To many people, the sword thread technique was a very high-level technique that was difficult to achieve. However, the void scar was a much higher-level technique than the sword thread technique. It was extremely shocking. Many people who practice swordsmanship could not do it even if they used up all their efforts. Even many Ascending Realm swordsmen could not leave a mark in the void. The second sword mark left in the void seemed to be longer than a breath's time. In less than 2 breaths, it was as if the wind and snow had been torn apart. It was like a brand emitting an immortal aura. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.